republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. Okay, so we're going to go to closed session. So City Clerk, are there any public comment on the closed session items?
Mayor Stevens, yes. I didn't know if City Attorney Lerner wants to make an announcement before we do those.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So in addition to the labor negotiating items that I'll read after the public comment for closed session, we're also going to be adding the real property negotiations 12.2 to the beginning of this meeting. So any public comments regarding 12.2 would need to happen now.
Okay, thank you. So any public comment?
Okay, so our first speaker is, I believe it says Mary Zanger, to be followed by Alice Miranda.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all. And pleasure to be here, really. Well, I'm experiencing something in my life that's never happened to me before. I'm without a car, and it's very shocking and a helpless feeling. So what I'm about is the Hovannes de Antino group. That they filled in for me for an awful period. They've taken me to doctor's appointments and physical therapy, and I am so grateful. It's just adjusting to having no car has taken me time. So since I've learned to ask friends, but friends can be worn out, even good friends. And besides, they have to be younger too, and they have to have a car. And also I've learned even asking friends, there always has to be some quid pro quo involved. My point is that my situation is not unique. I know there are plenty more that want to speak to. There exists countless others that have friends, but they're in the same situation as me. They're worse. Their friends are old too, and their friends don't drive. So they need Hovannes de Antino. It's absolutely necessary. True, the situation can be managed better, but all situations can be managed better. Nothing's perfect. But even the drivers can manage situations. What I'm hoping is that something can be worked out between you and the group and then all the other groups that need you. And I thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sanger. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Alice Miranda, to be followed by Wendy Rothwell.
Hello, my name is Alice Miranda, and I'm here on behalf of the seniors that can't be here this evening. We got the devastating news today that Hovannes will be closing its doors Friday, May 23rd. The city will no longer be allowing Hovannes Antino to use the facility for meals. It's sad that the city does not care about our senior citizens. Please think about the damage you are doing to our seniors' lives who range from the age of 65 to 102. They will no longer have a place to congregate, share coffee and meals, play loteria and bingo, and share stories with one another. It means a lot to them to be able to see each other on a daily basis. The meals given to some are the only food they eat all day. I attend the center with my father, who is here today. He's 93 years old, and he is sad that he will not be able to see his friends. The new director, Danny Barrera, has brought some great new ideas to carry on Pauline Valdivia's legacy. Let's not listen to disgruntled employees, politicize, or bring in out-of-town companies to replace Hovannes de Antino. Think about our seniors and what's best for them. I've read some reviews about the new company, Martha's Kitchen, and they are not all good. Not all people are served as per comments that were written. Again, why is the city doing this? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miranda.
The next speaker is Wendy Rothwell, to be followed by Marisol Rodriguez.
Hi, thank you for
Hi.
the opportunity to speak to you.
Mm.
My name is Wendy Rothwell. I've been bringing my mother-in-law to Hoviness for some time now. Hoviness has been a godsend for her and for my husband and for myself. It allows my husband to take a break from caring for her. And it provides mom with a safe, comfortable, familiar, and very welcoming environment. The most important thing she gets from the center is the sense of community and familiarity with the other seniors. She may not remember the names and details, but she remembers the faces and they make her happy. She smiles. She doesn't smile a lot, at home, but she smiles there. This is a really important place. The meals are important, of course. But the comradeship and camaraderie is what benefits my mother-in-law the most. I'm afraid that if Hoviness is closed, she will lose that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rockwell. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Marisol Rodriguez, to be followed by Karen Wasserman.
Hello, my name is Marisol Rodriguez. I am a current employee for Hollister San Antonio. I have been there for about a year already. And quite frankly, I am very disappointed about the way the situation has played out since I have started there. It is very unfortunate that we had to lose our Meals on Wheels and also our meals dining room because of funding. And the reality is that because we will be closing this Friday, unfortunately, there will be seniors who more likely will die, for the lack of a better word, due to the lack of meals that we provide for them. Without these meals, as Alice has mentioned, it is the only meal that they have for the day. There is one individual who I know personally, I met him before. He lives alone out in the middle of nowhere. And the food that we provide for him is the only food that he gets. And the driver is the only person that he sees on a daily basis. Again, it is very unfortunate that this is happening, and I wish that there was a better outcome. That is all.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Karen Wasserman, to be followed by Araceli Caballeros.
Hello, my name is Karen Wasserman. Thank you for hearing me also.
Thank you.
I'm 77 years old. I've been widowed for 5 years now. I have no children of my own. I live alone. And they called me to tell me that the place was opening again, over this after COVID. I was so happy because I have some place to go. I made so many friends there. They're like family. Everybody there is so friendly and happy, and just to have that socialization, to be together, and so it means so much to me, and I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wasserman. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Araceli Caballeros, to be followed by Nellie C.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Araceli Caballero Sotelo. La razón de que estoy aquí, soy sobreviviente de cáncer. La razón por la que estoy aquí es porque necesito el transporte. El transporte me transporta a muchos lados. Sin él no podría acudir a mis citas y son demasiadas a la semana. Es importante que tengamos el transporte, todas las personas que lo necesitamos. Yo no cuento con vehículo. En veces tengo que pedirle a mis amigas transporte cuando cuando no alcanzo transporte para mí. Tengo que estar como hablando, por favor, ayúdenme a conseguir transporte porque es muy difícil. Y gracias a Jóvenes de Antaño, creo que me han ayudado mucho en el transporte y espero ojalá y nos ayude. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, señora Caballero. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Nellie C., to be followed by Danny Barrera.
Hello,
Oh.
my name is Nellie Cazares, and I live in Hollister for a long time. And I've been a member of the seniors for quite a bit of years. And I enjoy myself being there, having a good time with my friends. And I think I'm older than they are, but we have a great time. We like to talk. We like the meals. And I'm surprised that the council is going to close the place down, because what are we going to do? This is the only place I have to go, from my house to the seniors and have a good time there, talk to people. Or now I'm just gonna be home doing nothing, sitting, so I hope they don't close it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cazares. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Danny Barrera, to be followed by Soledad, and I don't want to butcher your last name, so Soledad.
Okay, so there's a lot of emotion for me, so I'm gonna read what I had to write. My name is Danny Barrera Jr. I'm the executive director there at Hoveness. San Benito County's only nonprofit senior center, proudly serving our older adults for the past 50 years. I'm here tonight with a heavy heart and a deep sense of urgency that this past Friday, I received a notice from the city manager's office stating our organization will be asked to vacate the building at 300 West Street on or before June 30th. This facility has been not just our office, it's been our home for almost 45 years. It's where we feed, transport, care for, and provide safe community for our seniors, many whom have nowhere else to go. What's most concerning is that homelessness was never brought to the table. This was the first notice I received in writing from the city saying that we were being asked to vacate the building. We have never been brought to the table. We were never informed of the lease needs to be under review. No conversations, no opportunity to participate in a solution. We understand that the city is facing serious budget deficits, and if we had been asked, we would have been proud to pay the city rent to a city who has been a partner of ours, serving our seniors for many, many years, but we were never offered that chance. My understanding is there's already leasers ready to take our current office space. Most evictions allow the last 60, up to 60 days, at least 60 days notice. And first right to rent the property. We respectfully request that the council allow more time for us to secure an alternate location or allow us to, before evicting us from the building. Importantly, reconsider this action altogether. We never imagined the city would ask us to vacate Pauline Valdivia Memorial Community Center, a place built with love, community support, and with our seniors in mind. Please don't let 5 decades of partnership and service just be thrown away. Please, I ask you guys, give us more time. The 44 days or less, I think we're less than that now, is not enough time to find a new place, a new building for the budget that we have. We would have been glad and honored to pay rent to the city, but we were not asked. Please reconsider and give us more time in the building. We ask you and I'm begging you guys, please. I have staff, local people with local jobs, local seniors that we serve. These are people that live in your districts. Please do not do this. Give us more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrera. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Soledad Georgie. Soledad. To be followed by Josefina Figueroa.
Buenas tardes todos. La razón de estar aquí es apoyar aquí al manejador del centro, porque allí tenemos mucha ayuda, muchos viajes a los doctores, a la terapia. Como yo tuve 2 strokes Y gracias a ellos me llevaron a la terapia 2 veces por semana. Y la comida, excelente que está. Nomás que la gente no se le da gustos. Si está buena, porque está buena. Si está mala, porque está mala. No, apenas en el restaurante que comen a la carta. Pero para mí es una delicia lo que nos dan. Y el manejador muy atento con todos. Pocos sabes de estos. Y también Paulina, en paz descanse, también fue buena compañera de trabajo y buena para manejadora. Yo queremos apoyarlos hasta lo último. Gracias.
Gracias, señora.
The next
Next
speaker
speaker.
is Josefina Figueroa, to be followed by Allejo Hernandez.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Josefina Figueroa. Tengo 88 años. Llevo yendo al centro no tengo ni el año. Me han dado 2 síncopes y no puedo manejar mi carro. Necesito la transportación. Además, estoy muy contenta allí porque he hecho muchas amistades y la dieta que me dieron es no sal y allí la comida es buenísima. Yo me como todo. Buen apetito. Así es que, por favor, no cierren ese lugar. Lo necesitamos mucho. Que Dios lo bendiga.
Gracias, señora Figueroa.
The next speaker is Allejo Hernandez.
Hello, everybody. My name is Allejo Hernandez. I just started going, probably a month and a half ago. I'm 64 years old. My wife told me, well, maybe you should, get out a little bit instead of just staying cooped up in the house. She's still working. So I go, well, I'll go ask questions there. And they told me, yeah, you qualify already. So I started going once a week and, usually everybody has their own little group already solidified. So I sat by a gentleman and his caregiver, and I've been sitting with them ever since. And I didn't know anything like this was going on. This is all new to me. And I started hearing it about maybe 2 weeks ago. The gentleman that sits with me, the older gentleman, he mentioned, did you know they're going to close the place down? I go, no, really? He goes, yeah. And then I asked this caregiver and she says, yes, they're talking about that. And then I found it strange because I figured it's been here for so long. I grew up, I was born and raised here. I grew up in this town. I've known that it's been there since the 70s. My father was an advocate for the farm workers, had a lot of causes he did here in the 70s. And he was very political. So, I just told him, well, I don't know, this is new to me. So, I saw the way the old man was stressing. He started like repeating himself over and over and over. And I told him, well, you don't know that. I haven't heard anything, maybe it's just a rumor, but then it's true. And then, he kept telling me, what are we gonna do? What are all these people gonna do that come here to socialize for an hour, 2 hours to play bingo? Where are we gonna go? And then he would take another bite of his food, and then again he would say, what are we gonna do? He was so concerned about all his fellow people that attend Jóvenes de Antaños for the meal. He was more concerned about everybody else than himself. And at the end, he would say, what am I going to do? And, I just find it hard that there's no way that we can, I don't want to point fingers. I'm not going to blame anybody. But if there will be a way to negotiate, to try to talk, because, we're from Hollister, man. This is Hollister. You guys should have our backs. This is the city of Hollister. If there's a problem, I think I'm a citizen. I should be able to cry out to somebody and they should be able to at least listen to me and maybe give me some advice. So anyways, that's it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I just speaking
Thank
for everybody that I hope that something can be solved.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Those are all the speakers I have for this item.
Okay, thank you. Thank you
Mayor-
for
Mayor,
all the
if I-
comments. Okay, go ahead.
So I'd just like to provide some clarification on the matter. So the funds that provide that allow for the services in San Benito County come through what's called a AAA, and every county has a designated recipient of those funds. For San Benito County, it goes through the Senior Council of Santa Cruz County and San Benito County. Those are competitive grant funds that are applied for and awarded to a successful applicant. These funds were not awarded to Jóvenes de Antaño in March of 2025. So these are competitive funds that are state earmarked and federally earmarked to provide these services here in our county. There's some confusion when you've only had one provider that has provided those services for so long that it feels like those are their funds, but they are competitive. And that usually goes out, with any grant funds, usually on a 4 or 5 year cycle. The city of Hollister does not award these funds, nor are they the custodian of these funds. The city of Hollister has provided free lease and free utilities since 1989, with a lease that expired and has gone month to month since 1998. Okay. We have had some discussions. Our Parks and Rec director have had discussions regarding the lease termination. And the termination notice provided was well within the scope of the contract. The item on your agenda this evening is to discuss lease terms for Jóvenes de Antaño in the building. That is what tonight's item is, because they have expressed interest in keeping space in that facility. The kitchen, those services that provide the meals, have been awarded by the body that is designated by the state of California to distribute those funds competitively to Martha's Kitchen. They've gone through a competitive process for state funding for those funds. Through this process, there's a total of about 7 different funding streams that get allocated. Those funding streams were what helped fund Jóvenes de Antaño overall together, and that's all the different services that you see. Those services were awarded to multiple different parties, none of which were awarded to Jóvenes de Antaño. Again, the city does not award those funds. Those funds are not in our hands. So what we are doing is we are talking with the representatives of those organizations, because the center is not shutting down. That center will not close. Now, if they close before June 30th, the grants and the contracts with this organization go through June 30th. So if they close prior to, they are contracted to provide funding through June 30th with state dollars that are earmarked for this county. So as we work with the various providers, and last meeting or the meeting before, I'm sorry, I don't have the date in front of me, we worked with another organization and brought discussion of a potential lease with them. What this will look like is similar to a job center where you have multiple agencies providing various levels of service to the seniors that come into the center. So much so that the city has dedicated in their budget over $300,000 to repair the bathrooms, to make them more senior friendly and family friendly. That'll be going out to bid shortly. And just last week, I gave our Parks and Rec director the authority to move some of his staff up to a building that we had refurbished up on the top of Park Hill, which is, we have to put some carpet in and whatnot, but it's pretty much almost ready to go. And what that'll do is free up additional office space for additional senior services. Some of the transportation services, I heard about transportation, those are awarded through the Council of Governments. Again, not through the city, and those are not our funds. So I wanted to just provide some clarity because it seems the feeling in this room is that those services will go away and there will not be a senior center. The city does not have control over who is the operator and provider of those services, but we remain committed to having a space for those services and continue to make investments in the center.
Mayor Stevens,
Let me check with Mary. Is that okay?
I have a
speak?
Yeah,
request.
it's agendized.
Okay.
I just think
Okay.
since there's so many Spanish speaking people here, we need to provide them a summary. I'm happy to do that, or you can do it, or Dolores can do it. But if you want to just summarize and we can translate so that we can get the correct information out there, I'd really appreciate that to avoid any confusion moving forward.
Do you want to do it, Dolores? Or I can do it either. Okay. Vamos a traducir lo que reportó el manejador sobre el centro de seniors. Council member Morales va a hacer la traducción para que entiendan lo que reportaron en español. Gracias.
Muchas gracias a todos que estén aquí para hablar respecto al edificio de señores grandes. Queríamos notificarles y decirles que la ciudad de Hollister no es la agencia que da el dinero para los servicios. Hay una oficina que se llama 3As, AAA, que es la oficina designada para dar este dinero. El dinero, muchas agencias escriben porque es de competencia, se compiten para esos dólares. La ciudad de Hollister está con ustedes en respecto a que nosotros estábamos dándole el edificio gratis de renta y gratis de utilidades desde 1989 y en 1998 cambió de mes a mes diciendo la renta y utilidades fueron gratis. Porque la oficina de señores grandes dio el dinero a otras agencias, no quiere decir que el centro de señores va a cerrar. Vamos a hacer todo lo posible para seguir con los servicios. También nosotros vamos a desocupar el edificio de que nuestros empleados están del departamento de recreación para moverlos a otro lugar para poder tener ese espacio para dar más servicios para los señores grandes. Queremos decirle que los servicios van a continuar. Jóvenes no va a ser la persona que dé los servicios porque nosotros no tenemos esa autoridad de dar el dinero a jóvenes, es otra agencia, pero los servicios van a continuar. Los servicios de comida, los servicios de transportación, nada más van a ser dados por otra agencia. Estamos contratados o jóvenes están contratados para dar servicios hasta junio 30, 2025. Tienen que seguir dando servicios hasta junio 30, 2025. Después de esta etapa van a ser otras agencias van a dar los servicios para ustedes. Pero el edificio, los servicios van a seguir continuando.
Mayor, if I may, Mayor, we do have a request to speak via Zoom from the Executive Director of the Senior Council, which is the funder. And so I've checked with Mary, and outside of public comment, she was comfortable with allowing him at your discretion.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear from Senior Council. Thank you.
And that's Clay Kempf with the Senior Council.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, for giving me a chance to speak here, and the city manager as well. And I just want to echo the points and add to them that the city manager has shared. So everything he said is accurate. There's one thing that I need to reassure the seniors about, and that is that services will continue Our target date was to provide new services starting July 1st when the contracts end. However, the news today from Jóvenes de Antaño that they plan to stop providing services after this Friday is kind of shocking. That is new information to us, and we will do the best we can to start services up sooner if that turns out to be true. Also regarding transportation, the same plan was in place. That's not an issue that we control, but the local transit authority, who I spoke with just this afternoon, fully intends to continue all transportation services that are currently being provided. So I just really want to speak and make sure the council and especially the seniors who are present today and worried are reassured that services will continue for them. Again, the closure pending this Friday, I'm just finding out about that right now, so we will do what we can to mitigate that crisis. But there will continue to be meals provided, socialization provided, rides provided, and all the services that our seniors are used to getting. We've been partners with Jóvenes and the city and the county for this entire duration of that program operating, and our loyalty remains to the older adults that are served there. So just providing more information. I'm definitely here to answer any questions that anyone has, and we will be sharing that information with the seniors as well as the city council. So thanks for giving me a chance to speak.
Thank you. I'm gonna translate quickly. So el señor Clay, que es de la consul de seniors, el mensaje de él es nada más de asegurarles que los servicios sí van a seguir. Esos continuarán en el mismo edificio, so no se preocupen por eso. Jóvenes de Antaño sigue contratado para dar esos servicios hasta el fin de julio. Y si es que por alguna razón u otra no pueden continuar con esos servicios hasta esa fecha, el Senior Council va a hacer todo lo posible para asegurar que ellos puedan empezar los servicios antes del fin de junio. La transportación sigue, la comida sigue, todo va a seguir ahí en el mismo edificio. Van a dar esos servicios por otros proveedores. De todos modos, los servicios continuarán. Es nada más otra aseguranza de otra persona. So nosotros nada más seguimos con ese mensaje que los servicios siguen. Gracias. Okay, I think we're ready to move on, right? Okay, but we're gonna continue with the agenda. We're gonna continue with the agenda. Mr. Barrera, I apologize, but you cannot, no. So we're going to continue. Do you want to read out the closed session items that we will be going into for a short period of time?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
First item is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency designated representative, City Manager David Marioni, and Assistant City Attorney Rob Lamelli. Employee organizations, Service Employees International Union, SEIU Local 521, Hollister Firefighters Union, HFFU Local 3395, Hollister Peace Officer Association, HPOA, and unrepresented employees. The next item is conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, property 300 West Street, Hollister, California, 95023. Agency negotiator David Marioni, city manager, negotiating party Jóvenes de Antaño, under negotiation, lease terms.
Okay, so we are going to go into closed session. And so we're going to step out of the room for our closed session items, and then we will come back to continue with the agenda. So thank you for your patience as we step out for a bit. Thank you. as we were in there in closed session items, and we will continue on. So let me check with the city attorney. Do we have anything to report on the closed session items?
So the labor negotiations, we're going to continue the discussion at the end of open session tonight. So that item will continue. With respect to the lease negotiations, there's nothing to report.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so we're gonna move on to special order of the day, and I'll just let the public know that the San Benito Health Foundation was to be here and was not able to attend, so we will be doing their proclamation at an event tomorrow. So we are going to skip that item tonight, but I do want to just acknowledge them and thank them for all that they've done. And they will be formally acknowledged tomorrow at another ceremony. Okay, so let's go on to public input. This is a time for anybody in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you're joined via Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you're joining by Zoom using your phone, press start or *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. City clerk, do we have any public comments?
I have one speaker, Renee Bayz.
Okay, Mr. Bayz, please come to the podium. Oh, no, I think I saw him. Is he still here? I don't see him here.
Mr. Bayz, did you want to provide comments if you're in the lobby?
Yeah, I don't see him. I think he might have
Okay.
left.
Those-
Okay,
those are
okay.
the only speakers.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to the consent items. Do any members of the council have any brief questions or comments on items on the consent item agenda?
Yes, Mayor, I do. So we have a special guest in chambers, and it is consent item 8.4. The Boy Scouts do quite a bit in the community, and we've got a special
We're
guest.
gonna,
It's-
but you, I think we're gonna do that during public comment part.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, because you're gonna ask him to come up and speak, right? So we're gonna do that during public comment. Okay, so let me just go through the sequence, sorry. So let me just check, do any questions or comments on any consent items? Let me check over here. Councilman, okay, so we are gonna go then onto public comment section. So clerk, do we have any speaker cards?
I didn't receive any speaker cards, but it sounds like somebody.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn it over to Vice Mayor Piche. Oh, hold on a second. I'm sorry. I just noticed that I have I see the hand for Mr. Bayz on Zoom, so he must be on Zoom. So I'm just gonna take a few step backs because I think he's on Zoom. He was here in person and now it looks like he's on Zoom. So let's give him an opportunity to speak and then we'll move on to you, Vice Mayor. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry I had to run. Wanted to spend some more time with my kids. I just want to say good evening, staff and city council members. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Renee Bayz, and I'm a field representative for the Carpenters Union. I'm not here to speak on any project. I'm here to speak as a resident who works in the trades, and I'm just wondering, what are we doing to support the young adults, the upcoming high school graduates who do not plan on becoming a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, or a landscaper, right? I've been attending local career fairs, the Central Coast Trade Show, Hollister High School, giving presentations to schools all throughout San Benito County and other cities, speaking to parents and the students who are wondering what are they going to do after they graduate to make a livable wage. It's disheartening when you try to convince high school students that joining the trades is a viable option, but the reality of where we live only makes it harder. In a city that refuses to grow or embrace development, it feels like we're stuck in a cycle with no way out. Too many of our youth are resigned to the idea of working for minimum wage and living with their parents as their only option. I believe we need smart growth, focus on commercial development, and improve infrastructure to create jobs that drive economic progress. So I'm thinking, what are the graduates going to do after they graduate? They're going to work at Dutch Bros, Boot Barn, or even Amazon. You know, the average home cost is about 800,000. That means you have to make over 150 to 200,000 plus to afford to live here in Hollister alone. So what are we doing to support the students graduating this year? How are we going to help them provide? Are we going to provide good paying jobs that benefit the community? I think that's something we need to focus on. You don't have to like me. Being in the trades and the carpenters, we have over 300 families that live here in Hollister, plus the other hundreds, if not thousands, of tradesmen that drive to San Francisco, San Jose for work when we could be building here. Um, it's not a myth or whatever that we're going to grow. It is a city. It's booming, but we need to provide good paying, livable wages and jobs for our graduates that are coming up. So I just wanted to lay that out there. I appreciate your time. Thank you, staff and council members, for all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bayz. Okay, so we're going to move on, and I am going to give the floor to Vice Mayor Pache to acknowledge an individual.
Yeah, so consent item 8.4 is a resolution approving Boy Scouts of America Eagle Scout candidate to complete a project on the grounds at Veterans Memorial Building and naming the Veterans Memorial Building as the project beneficiary. This candidate is Alex Segura, and I think he's prepared a couple of words here. So I'd like to just maybe learn a little bit more about the Boy Scouts, and maybe you all can learn a little something about that and just lay it on us.
Good
Good morning,
you.
Mayor Stevens. Good morning, Mayor Stevens, council members and staff. Thank you for having me. My name is Alexander Segura. I'm a Life Scout from Troop 455 and a current junior at Hollister High School. I'm working on my Eagle Scout project, and I'd like to take a few minutes to explain what my project is and request your formal permission to move forward. An Eagle Scout project is designed to be more than just a service effort. It is an opportunity for a scout to develop real-world leadership, project management, and communication skills, while creating something meaningful and lasting for the community. As many of you know, there are already many beautiful memorials outside the Hollister Veterans Building, honoring those who have served in previous conflicts such as World War I, World War II, and Vietnam. However, I noticed a significant gap. There is currently no formal recognition of veterans who served in more recent conflicts. My project seeks to honor all U.S. veterans past and present by creating a Veterans of All Wars monument alongside these existing memorials. I believe that those who served in much more recent conflicts, such as the Gulf War, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and many others, deserve equal recognition for their service and sacrifice. The project will involve several components: installing a large podium-like boulder to the right of the existing Vietnam War Memorial. On top of the boulder, I will mount a plaque that honors the Veterans of All Wars by literally saying this plaque is to honor Veterans of All Wars. And I will also landscape the dirt patches in the front and right side of the building, installing 3/8-inch California gold decorative rock with weed barrier fabric underneath. To ensure proper drainage, I will maintain the existing slope to prevent flooding. Stepping stones will be added for access and enhance the visual appeal of the area. The goal is to make the front of the Veterans Hall more polished, inclusive, and respectful for all of those who have served, regardless of who and where they have. All project costs are to be paid through donations. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to ask or answer any questions.
Thank you for that. You did such a great job. We're so proud of you and so happy that you are a resident of our city. I mean, nothing makes us prouder than to see our young people doing something incredible. And I know being an Eagle Scout is no small feat. So many, many congratulations. And I am looking forward to seeing the finish of your project. I know it's going to be amazing. I'm really looking forward to it. So I hope that you will invite us when you're done with your project so we can go and check it out, because I'm sure it's going to be amazing. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay. So, yeah, Like follow that. Like that's incredible. That was an incredible one. Okay, so let's go back to our consent agenda items and can I get a motion from somebody on
I'll
Councilmember?
move to adopt Mayor Stevens. Thank you.
Get a second.
I'll second.
Okay, can we do a roll call vote?
Vice Mayor Pache,
Aye.
Councilmember Resendez,
Yes.
Councilmember Morales, Councilmember Deanda,
Yes.
and Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the next item. So we're going to move to item 9.1, the resolution for West Fairview specific plan amendment, site and architectural review 2022-13 and conditional use permit 2022-5 for Bright Future Recovery.
Mayor
So-
Stevens,
Okay.
I'm going to recuse myself from this item. My partner contracts with the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Resendez will sit in the wing over here while we consider this item, and then we'll invite him back when we're done. Thank you, Councilmember Resendez. Okay, staff report, please, or go ahead, please.
Good evening. Tonight you are reviewing the Bright Future Recovery project. Bright Future Recovery is located at 1000 Fairview Road on an existing parcel, which is developed with an existing single-family residence. That existing single-family residence is currently being used as a sober living facility. The parcel is 1.15 acres in size, and there is a current access way off of Fairview Road. For this project, the scope of the project includes several different permitting types. There is a request for a specific plan amendment to allow the construction of the facility with the development standards proposed and the number of buildings proposed. There's a site and architectural review, which is required for the new buildings proposed as well as site improvements on the site. There is a conditional use permit for sober living facility. Any facility over 7 does require a conditional use permit. And just so you are aware, the Planning Commission did review this project on April 24th, 2025, and recommended City Council approval of all of the projects as proposed. Slightly different than normal, this project does require council review and approval because of the specific plan amendment component of the project. And so without that specific plan amendment, neither the conditional use permit nor the site and architectural review could be approved. So all of these permitting types is before the council tonight. For the specific plan amendment, 1000 Fairview Road is located within the West Fairview specific plan area. The West Fairview specific plan identified the development of that parcel of land over time with the 100 unit affordable housing project we have, Eden, which was recently approved, as well as single family residences. This parcel, as well as a few other parcels, were included within the specific plan area in the event that if they were ever developed, that development of these smaller parcels would conform to the goals and policies of the specific plan. So that is why this parcel was included within it. When the tentative map came through for Ward Homes for West of Fairview, this parcel, as well as the other smaller ones, was left off the tentative map. But again, it's within the specific plan area. So the development standards located within this specific plan do apply to the project. And as they are written mostly for single family residential dwellings and a typical residential subdivision, it wouldn't have allowed the proposed number of buildings for the site as well as the setbacks that they are requesting. The map before you is the proposed site layout. As you can see, the existing building is to remain on the site, and it's an existing residence which is used as a sober living facility, as I mentioned, and will continue to be used so for that purpose. The applicant is also proposing to construct a new 1,691 square foot residential building, and that's in the light orange color, as well as a new administration building, which will be 2,989 square feet in size. And that building is the building located closest to Fairview Road. There, as I mentioned before, there is an existing access off Fairview Road that will continue, and I'll discuss a little bit more about that road in a minute, but that road will continue and there'll be a gate set back from the road blocking access to the site. Other site improvements include new landscaping such as trees, shrubs, and other items throughout the site. There's proposed recreational areas for residents such as the pool and the basketball court. Due to the orientation of the site with Fairview Road, it's hard to see the site as it is in existence. And then with the new fence, it will be further harder to see the new buildings. But this is what the front of the new administration building would look like. It's set back approximately 25 feet from Fairview Road, so set back quite a way. And only a portion of the top of the building will be visible from Fairview Road if you're traveling at a slower speed on that road. So this is the new administration building. And then this is the new residential building that will be constructed on the site. Both of these buildings would further block the existing single-family residence from Fairview Road. But again, you're likely to only see the top of both of these buildings. As I mentioned before, a conditional use permit is required to operate out of a conditional use permit is required to operate the expanded sober living facility. And the operator is proposing to increase the total number of people served to a maximum of 22 people. Residents will live on site and will not have access to cars. They will live within the existing house and the new residential building, and services will be provided on site. A traffic analysis was prepared to ensure that there would be safe exiting and entering onto Fairview Road due to the change in the site. And that analysis identified several improvements that should be made for safety, and those were included in the final project plans that are before you tonight. And it's important to note that if this site was actually developed, that they could have a total of 6 residential dwellings on site. So the increase in number of people within this project is similar to what you could see if it had been subdivided and constructed as part of the residential development. Because this project included a minor modification, we did need to review it further under CEQA. So this site, as well as the larger West Fairview specific plan area, was included within the 1998 West Fairview specific plan EIR and then the 2007 supplemental EIR. In the 1998 West Fairview specific plan, this property was specific plan EIR, this property was specifically discussed and required that the entrance from Fairview be shifted to the interior of the development should it ever be developed in the future. So with review of this project, while that driveway is existing on Fairview, it was a conflict with the EIR. So staff needed to study it further under CEQA to determine if there would be any impacts. So based on that initial assessment, staff prepared an initial study to review the minor access modification or not to move it again, but to keep it at Fairview. And a traffic analysis was prepared to ensure that that there could be safe exiting and entering from the site from Fairview Road. That analysis, as I mentioned, found that it would be safe and that the number of trips would not exceed what we would have otherwise have seen with a single family residential development. And again, it recommended some modifications to the site to ensure that people could properly exit and enter from Fairview Road. Based on that analysis and staff's determination in the initial study, staff determined that an addendum to the EIR would be an appropriate reviewing method for the project, because although there is a minor change, which is that not moving the driveway away from Fairview, that it would not it startled me, sorry, would not create any additional impacts beyond what was previously studied. So in conclusion, the site is large and is physically suitable for this type of project. The proposed use of the site will provide additional support and services for residents of the city. The state of California has determined that these types of facilities are residential uses, and therefore it would be compatible with the surrounding area. Although not readily visible from Fairview Road, the new buildings are attractively designed. They include architectural enhancements in colors and materials to provide an enhanced viewing of the area. And the CEQA addendum prepared for the project determined that the project would not result in any environmental impacts. Staff is recommending that the city council approve the project by adopting a resolution approving the addendum to the West Fairview specific plan, EIR. A resolution approving an amendment to the West Fairview specific plan to allow the construction of the additional buildings on the site with the development standards proposed. A resolution approving a site and architectural review for the 2 new buildings and related site improvements, and a resolution approving a conditional use permit to allow a 22-bed sober living facility on the site.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that staff report. Do we have any questions from council?
I just have a quick question. My parents live off Fairview. It's kind of far from the city center. Like how, if they don't have cars, do they, access just town?
So they are only so the purpose of the facility is for them to be at the facility. If there are employees of the site, and there will be vehicles that can bring them into town and for various events, and the operator is here and she could speak better to how she plans on operating the facility if you have more questions for that. But there will be employees and vehicles to transport residents.
Thanks.
Other questions, comments? Okay, thank you for that report. I appreciate it. And we will now open the public hearing on this item. Do we have any public comment cards for this item?
There are no speakers for this item.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing then on this item. So council, do we need any more discussion or deliberation? Any questions or comments? Does somebody want to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve and to adopt the staff's recommendations for 1 through 4.
Okay, I will second. Can we do a roll call vote?
Vice Mayor Pache,
Aye.
Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
Councilmember Deanda,
Yes.
and Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I just say, I'm just going to do a quick little, indulge me. I am a social worker who have worked my entire adult life with many people that, or the population of people that you serve. So thank you so much for all the work that you do and for making a beautiful site for individuals and families to be serviced. And they well deserve that. So thank you so much for all that. I'm looking forward to seeing the finished project, and I would love to come and visit your site when it's done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to have Councilmember Hernandez come back in, and then we'll continue with our agenda. Okay, so we are going to 9.2, plan development and tentative map, Dent, Evergreen Phase 2 subdivision. So can we get the staff report? Thank you.
Everglen is phase 2 of the Everglen development, which is currently under construction by KB Homes. Everglen is the lightly colored area that you can see on the map above you. The streets have been constructed and KB is building homes, and there are model homes out there right now. When the first Everglen project was reviewed, the existing house located within Everglen did not opt to build anything on that parcel at that time. And since then, they have come back before the city to construct additional units within Everglen on that parcel, which is shown with the arrow above. The project site is zoned single-family residential performance overlay, which allows for small lot developments. Parcels in this district typically require a modification to the established development standards. This project is an extension of Everglen and Everglen 1, and Everglen was approved with a plan development to allow for modified setbacks for the property. This project is part of the Chapel Road Master Plan, which included project-wide public benefits in exchange for approval of the exchange for construction of the master plan area. This is a map showing the overall location of Everglen 2. As you can see, it's with the darker plan lines. It is let's say, fit in with the existing development. You can see in the lighter plan lines, Everglen, which is currently under construction. And it really takes the existing very large parcel and further separates it so that there are 6 additional houses with the existing residents to remain. The development standards for the site, as I mentioned, are typical with the rest of the Everglen development. There is a reduced setback for the front of the house. And then there is a request for setback reduction further at the rear of the property due to the angles of the property lines and the way the houses are to be placed on them. Some of the rear setbacks will be quite short and then extending in length due to the angle of the property. So as you can see on this map, with the angle of the properties, there's 2 properties in particular where the corner of the rear of the house is quite close to the rear. Obviously, one is at the existing house and one is to the property to the south. And then for the remainder of the properties, again, there are reduced setbacks consistent with the Phase 1 Everglen development. On May 18th, 2019, the Hollister City Council certified an environmental impact report for the development of the overall Chapel Road Master Plan project. And this site was included within that EIR. Because the project is consistent with what was identified in that EIR, further review under CEQA is not required, and all mitigation measures that are contained within that EIR continue to apply to this project as they did to the Everglen Phase 1 development. Based on that, no further review is required under CEQA. The proposed project is a small infill site and will be oriented so that it is part of the overall Everglen development. It will allow for the construction of additional homes within the city and will allow for some frontage improvements on Chapel Road to finish off the design of that road. The proposed design of the homes is consistent with the homes that are currently under construction by KB. And so the project will fully integrate into the design of that project. Again, the setbacks proposed for this site are consistent with the setbacks approved for Everglen. So the feel of the houses on the lot will be consistent with what was approved for Everglen. Staff is recommending that the council approve this project by adopting an ordinance approving a rezone to a planned development, and also by adopting a resolution approving the tentative map to subdivide the parcel into 7 lots.
Thank you for that staff report. Do we have any questions or comments? Councilmember Sanders, go ahead.
Thank you. So I was a little confused why this came back to us. So let me just run this back in layman's terms. They were approved to build how many houses they're out there originally? Roughly.
88.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to say 88.
Let's say about 88 homes.
Mhm.
And then they decided they wanted to add 6 more.
Mhm.
And so that's why it came back to us, because they want to build 6 more single family homes out there. Okay, I've got a couple more questions. If you could just allow me to ask them. Is there any of those 88 homes, are they affordable?
No, we did not have the inclusion.
Is there a park in that?
Mhm.
There's a little pocket park in there? Okay. No affordable. Is there multifamily or are they all single family?
Chapel Road Master Plan is all single family.
All single family, but they want 6, is it 6 more single family homes?
Yes.
And we have the right to say, thanks, but no thanks. That's why you're bringing it to us, right? We have the authority to make that decision?
Because
Do we have the authority? Though?
Yes, because we changed the zoning ordinance that planned developments now require a rezone. That is why it's before the council tonight.
Okay, so I was asking all these questions, so I want to know what the project looks like, because we need more parks, we need more affordable, and if they're not willing to build affordable, then we need multifamily units. And instead of giving them a provision to do setbacks so they can build more single family homes, that would be a good spot to do some multifamily some apartments or townhouses or something that's going to be affordable by design, so to speak. So we cannot tell them what to do, but we have the authority to say no and vote no on this tonight, rather than add 6 more single family homes. And if we were to build multifamily, that would also increase our RENA numbers, which we know are problematic for us, right?
It's residential, so it is complicated. We do have the Housing Accountability Act, which limits your denial of certain residential projects. They are requesting a setback that's not within our zoning ordinance. So that is the one area where you have more purview.
City Attorney, could you just weigh in and help me digest this so I can make an informed decision here tonight?
Right. So you do have the ability to deny,
Okay.
but what's before you tonight is just the setback, correct? The rezoning of the setback.
It's so
Got it.
the lot size is technically allowed under the performance overlay, which allows sites down to 2,500 square feet. But because our code allowed those small lot sizes, it is almost impossible to get a single family residence on a 2,500 square foot lot with the setbacks that are contained within our code.
I don't want any more single family houses in our community. How do I get there?
I think you would rezone this to a higher density.
Got it.
So it's currently low density. And Erica, I don't know if you know the density calculation is the 7 on this area about the maximum for the current zoning.
The maximum density they can have is 8, and with the size of the parcel, they are at 8 units to acre.
And if I vote no tonight, are we legally allowed to do that?
Yes, you can vote no on it.
Perfect.
You can deny it.
Okay, thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. It's complicated stuff, and that's why I've got lots of questions to ask. And I want to be very clear and transparent about my position. Thank you, guys.
Okay, other questions or comments from council?
I do have a question.
Go ahead, Councilmember Boucher.
Thanks, Mayor. So there have been developments that have like storm water catch systems, and they've just not been well designed, and they're out in the county, and they have spillways, and it goes across other people's properties. And we've had some pretty substantial rain in the last few years. Atmospheric rivers have been coming our way more often. It's like El Nino every few years. My question is, this existing stormwater storage with infiltration, I'm not an engineer, but my concern is, where does the water go? Is that this infiltration device, is that going to be enough to handle these? Like, it seems like we have El Nino every 3 or 4 years nowadays.
So the entirety of the system is designed where it can support Everglen. It was reviewed at this phase of the project by the city's engineer, and he determined that with the change in the site and then with the existing design, it would be adequate to serve both the existing project as well as this project. So we do review that portion of the project at this initial planning stage for all projects.
Okay. And that's my main question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can I, City Attorney, I have a question for you. This was a project that came before me when I was in the Planning Commission. I was like, this is sounding very familiar. I remember this project. I voted no on this project, just so you know. And so I'm not sure if I, because of that, have a conflict or anything, and if I should recuse myself, and I will. But I do remember this project, and just for full disclosure, I voted no. So I did not want this project. So I just want to check with the city attorney before I move forward.
Sure. So I don't really see a conflict, but you can never rely on that from me.
Okay.
Should a conflict challenge come before you, the only thing
Okay.
that you can ever rely on is written advice from the FPPC.
Okay.
And so I have a motto of when in doubt, sit it out.
I'm going to sit it out because I clearly, I think I have already. Anyway, so, okay. Councilmember
Mayor-
Rissett, I'm gonna actually.
Before you leave,
Okay,
Mayor
go ahead.
Stevens, I'd like to just clarify something. You do not have a conflict of interest. You do not have to sit this out. The only time you have a conflict of interest is when you're going to gain or your family's going to gain something monetarily from here. I also voted no on the project. So do I have to sit it out? No, you do not have to sit it out. And I would advise you to not sit it out. Again, I'm not the FPPC. You're going to do what you'd like, but she's the attorney. She'll tell you that. But you do not have a conflict because you voted no. That's my
Yeah,
opinion.
And at the first part of what I said, I don't see a conflict,
Okay.
but you could never rely on me having said that. That's the only caveat. But I
Okay.
don't see a conflict.
And I think
Okay.
what the attorney means by that is like ultimately we're responsible for whether
I
we have a
understand
conflict or
that.
not.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. Okay. Okay, then I'll stay in that. Okay, so let's just move on. And I just I wanted to have full disclosure on this because I have similar concerns as Councilmember Sanders. I did not want this project. One of the things that was very concerning to me oftentimes when I was on the planning commission was that there always seemed to be this attempt to squeeze in more and more houses in areas where they were needing exemptions or things that to me, I did not see the benefit to the community. And I was always concerned about that. And this does feel like it's kind of, to me, blurring on the same lines. I mean, it feels the same. So I don't see what the point of having this come before us. I don't understand why we're looking at this. I don't see how it's going to be of any benefit to our community. So anyway, I just have a lot of questions about why are we trying to add a few more, more houses and then now asking for some rezoning in order to make that project work when I wasn't sure why this was of any benefit to the community in any way, shape, or form. So I'm just gonna state those as those are my clear opinions. So I'm gonna check again. Any other questions or comments before we move on to public comment? Councilmember Deonda, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Yeah, I share similar thoughts and sentiments as my colleagues here. And yeah, a red flag for me was that the project's exempt from the inclusionary housing ordinance. And to me, like Mayor Stevens just mentioned, what's the benefit to the community as a whole? And for me personally, from my perspective and opinion, the project targets higher income buyers or investors. And to me, that signals where only a few benefit rather than the larger community. And I just can't support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Deonda. Okay, so let's go, I'll move on to public comment. Do we have any speaker cards on this one?
This is a public hearing.
Oh, sorry. The public here, so no public comment?
There are no public comments.
Yeah, you'd have to open the public
Oh,
hearing.
I'm opening the
then it was-
public hearing. Do we have any comments? Did you?
Yeah, they don't have to fill out a speaker
Okay,
card.
please
Yeah.
come to the podium, sir. Thank you. And tell us your name. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, my name is Augie Dent, and I am the applicant on the project. And I can respond to some of the questions that have been brought up. First off, you may recall, those of you who were here when it came through the first time, that there was some, well, I don't know if confusion is the right word, but there was an interpretation of how the density calculation was made. So the lots that you're seeing brought back to you now, we were required to take them away because of the way density was calculated back 2 years ago. But the density, since that time, the way density is calculated has been changed. So we can now put these back on there. This really, in my mind, should have been part of the project in the first place. The smaller lots, I understand there are those who would rather see a different kind of use here, but this is the use for which this property is zoned. And the smaller lots, while you might rather see multifamily, it does drive greater affordability than bigger homes on bigger lots. There's some built-in affordability there. And as far as benefits, yeah, the specific plan area to which this property contributed, they will be building a park on the bypass. adjacent to the other lots that are there. So, and furthermore, the additional units do lend some benefit to the city for just having more units. It's by virtue of there being more units, there is more affordability, and it should help the city with the requirements to deliver additional units according to state requirements. So that's, I hope I've addressed the questions, and if there are any others, I'd be happy to try to do that too.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dent. I appreciate the comments. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to hear more about, if you don't mind, that water catchment system, because like there has been, I mean, it hasn't really been voiced in this place, but there has been like literally flooding out in the county. Like certain properties have gotten just rivers going through from the spillways, and the catchment system's just not being up to snuff, if you will. And they've had to put even larger, like more additional basins in certain properties. What can you tell us about that water storage and that infiltration system and how that's going to help us? We keep hearing about these atmospheric rivers when they're coming through. You know, we've had some flooding just a few years ago. And it was
Right.
massive.
Yes, I acknowledge, right, that we've had some extreme weather, and I expect it will continue. And so what I can say, I'm not an engineer, but I can say that there have been engineers and, you know, hydraulic engineers engaged to design this with the requirements for the surrounding area in mind. So I believe that the design documents and the CEQA documents have addressed that concern. I can't comment on what happened in the county and you know, the flooding out there. I don't know what kind of process it went through, but I can say the process that this has gone through is intended to and should have addressed concerns such as that.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Thank
You
you,
know,
Vice Mayor.
I would prefer not seeing leapfrog developments. This is currently just open space that was undeveloped previously. Like I'm definitely like, I would like to see growth slow down a little bit. I would prefer to see like a couple of these lots be a park, like an additional one, like something on the other side. But I'm just kind of voicing my opinion here at this point.
This is, if I may, this is filling in sort of a donut hole. This is sort of what we're proposing now is infill. The rest of the project has largely been constructed. The improvements have been constructed. And the idea of it being leapfrog, actually, this is infill, you know, between the bypass and the rest of the city. It's in this so-called specific plan area, which is intended for development such as this. That's the way it is zoned. So I'd respectfully say I'd see this as infill and not leapfrog.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Morales, you have a comment or question? Thank you.
Question for staff or to staff. So if the property is kind of like checks the marks in terms of it's low density, they're meeting the requirements. Is the city, because I'm wondering, so if city council denies something that they're complying with, we are not doing our part in terms of a housing element, and what are the potential negative consequences if this is not approved and there isn't really any issues with it?
So I'm first going to ask, do we need to close the public hearing? If it's closed, or should I answer it during?
Yeah, were there any more? We need to check and see if there were any more.
Okay, let's close the public
There
hearing.
are no
Thank
other
you.
public comments.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. So I would say, Councilmember Morales, that this is a request for a plan development, which is discretionary. However, as Erica mentioned, it is zoned into our PZ, our performance overlay. So there are some concessions already outlined for smaller lots. And this goes to, we've talked previously a little bit, but about the reasoning for that change was because previously plan developments were approved with a conditional use permit, which isn't necessarily appropriate, but the code kind of points to approving these exceptions under that PZ zoning. So it's a little bit of a kind of limbo zoning versus the correct process for plan development, but it is discretionary, as the city attorney mentioned. would happen as far as housing element, this would certainly count as 6 new units, market rate units towards the housing element. And as Erica mentioned, 7 units on this property is the kind of maximum number of units that your 8 dwelling units an acre would allow. So this is the applicant's proposed configuration to meet that highest density currently allowed under the zoning. But it would need to be completely rezoned general plan amendment in order to go higher than that. So while there may be a different design that the applicant and property owner might want to propose, this is their current proposal to meet that higher density. If, let's say, this were to be designed and the applicant still wanted to pursue something, you'd likely be looking at less units in order to meet that strict application of the code in order to get something approved that doesn't require a plan development. Anything that required a plan development, if it was a redesign, would come back before the council. So there are kind of infinite possibilities within the plan development, but they would need to stay at that 7 unit amount, even under plan development of a different design, without a complete general plan redesignation.
Okay, thank you. And then just a quick clarification about the fair market rate housing. So we've met those numbers already, have we not?
Well, in the 5th cycle, we certainly did. We're currently in only year 2 of the 6th cycle, so we're back to needing to meet all of the arena numbers for market rate.
So how will this help us?
So this
in
would
that
give us 6 units entitled towards our market rate arena requirement.
Right, but so how, like, where are we, what do we need to meet? I'm sorry, maybe I should have said the question a different way. What numbers do we need to meet for that, for fair market rate housing?
I don't have our exact number, but I believe our low income is about 700. And our total is 4163. And then our moderate, I'll give it 1,000. So let's say we've got 2,000 plus market rate units included in our arena. Rough estimate, I can get that exact number if you would like, but we do have, of the 4,163 units, a significant portion are market rate.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments? Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. So speaking to the public here, this is probably the most passionate subject matter that comes before me because over the years, I've learned quite a bit about this. So here's what happens. This is where this council now is going to approve houses or not. And it tends to get a little politicized. I'm not saying that my colleagues are politicizing it. I'm just letting you know, in the past, it's been politicized. There are things that we can do. I want to work with developers. I want to partner with developers, but it has to be right for our community. This is what we ran on. This is what we said. And when we keep making exceptions, then that just keeps going further and further. And for my colleagues, just so you know, when you're having a conversation like this, not saying that you did this or didn't, just like I had to disclose, I had a conflict. If you have a conversation with the developer, it's the ethical thing to do, the right thing to do, to disclose that you had a conversation with the developer before you talk, or at some point when you're talking about this, because the public has a right to know that. So here are my thoughts. I disagree with the speaker about making it better for the community because we're never going to meet the supply and demand of Silicon Valley. We know that. We never will meet it. What we need to do to make it more equitable or more better for the community is I would like to see multifamily, all multifamily there, or I'm all for compromise. Take away those 2 houses in the middle and put a bigger park there. We need more parks. We need more livable, walkable spaces, but that's not going to happen because that's not how you make money. So I'm all for compromise when it's going to benefit the community. And this is the part where you get to negotiate to benefit the community and not make excuses or use scare tactics. This has happened in the past. I'm not saying my colleagues are doing this now. I'm just giving an example to pressure people into approving more houses. I know it's a small number, but the decisions that you make have long-term impacts for years and years and years. There's no affordable, well, yeah, there is affordable housing probably by the post office in that area, but there's no multifamily that I can think of where we never meet our affordable or our low income numbers. You know, if we were to make it multifamily, if the developer would like to partner with us and do that voluntarily, our arena numbers would go up in that aspect. So here's where things can get a little bit tricky. And I've always been very true and transparent and passionate about this because it affects my community, my neighbors, my kids, my family, people that grew up like me in Hollister that have told us what they want and they've been ignored for years and years and years. So I know it might not seem like a big deal. We can justify it however we want, but it does become a big deal if we don't take a stand now and make sure that we're building a community that's equitable and that's going to benefit the community and not just the developers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Resendez. Okay, any other questions or comments before I move and ask for a motion?
Is it possible to have the representative come back up and help us out with those questions?
I think so. I think what the ask is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Resendez, is that if it gets denied, that you come back with a different design that incorporates some of the suggestions that he made. So I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So yeah. Okay. So I'm going to ask for a motion from fellow council members.
I will move to deny. Thank you.
And so we have so it's clear for the record, you're moving to deny introducing an ordinance and you're moving to deny adoption of the resolution approving the tentative map, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
I will
So-
second it. Second both of those. Okay.
Point of clarity, if I can, Mayor Stevens. So when we vote, if we say yes, then we're denying the project. If we say no, then we're approving the project,
You're
right?
not necessarily approving the project, but you are
Good.
correct. A
Okay.
yes vote denies.
To deny. Thank you. Thank you. I think that always gets a little
It's
confusing.
the yes vote is to agree with the motion.
Correct.
Agree. If you agree with the motion, you vote yes. If you disagree with the motion, you vote no. Okay. Can we do a roll call vote?
Vice Mayor Pache,
Yes.
Councilmember Resendez,
Yes.
Councilmember Morales,
No.
Councilmember Deanda,
Yes.
and Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Morales dissenting.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on to the next item. And our next item is consider, discuss, and provide direction regarding creating a business advisory commission. May we have a staff report, please?
Yes, City Clerk Jennifer Woodworth, this is in response to a request for an item that came out of the council's discussion of the downtown entertainment district. And so there was discussion of creation of a downtown business commission, and then that has kind of upon further direction turned into a business advisory council. So what staff has put before you is just various suggestions based on analysis and recommendations of how things are handled for business advisory commissions and other jurisdictions. So there are various suggestions that the commission meet on a quarterly basis, that it be made up of 5 members, similar to other commissions are appointed, one by each. Recommendations come from one for each member of the council and then adopted by the full council. It is recommended based on other agencies that it might be a downtown business owner. The other idea or the other recommendation is that they are physical businesses. So not just a consultant business that might be out of someone's house, but actual brick and mortar that somebody can visit. Other recommendations or practice for other commissions is that it could be either both city residents or businesses, or it could also be in the county, up to you. We do have other commissions that allow county residents, or in this case, owners. You could also base the makeup of the commission members on if you want certain sectors of a business sectors represented, such as retail or restaurants. And so these are just some of the different suggestions coming out of other agency commissions of a similar nature. And so we leave it to you as the council to determine what you would like this commission to look like. Once the council is given direction, we can come back with a resolution in order to create the commission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any comments from council members or questions? Okay, so let's go ahead and go to public comment and then we will come back.
I have not received any speaker cards for this item.
Oh, sweet.
You don't have to fill one out. You can just come on down if you like.
Okay, okay, good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, staff. So obviously as a small business owner in downtown Hollister, I'm very encouraged in this, honestly, in these tough economic times, you guys considering this, this business commission. It's definitely one of a kind. It's never, I mean, as far as I can tell, as far as I've heard, it's not something that's ideal, or at least it hasn't been considered before. But the reality is, you know, some of you know that I've served in office before, so I understand both sides of the fence, you know, when it comes to the policy side and then ultimately the business side. And this idea of a business commission is I think amazing, because I've learned, especially if you think about what happened just recently during COVID, that you had basically like a light switch. They shut off the economy, right? And you had ultimately 40,000 businesses go away, 20,000 never to come back. So this idea of a business commission creates the opportunity for the business to be drivers in an advisory role, granted, because they're not the, you know, I would argue that they are policymakers, right? They do that in their own world as business owners, right? They know what standards to set, from payroll to management of staff to ultimately setting budgets. And ultimately, we're the ones that are dealing with the implications of a down economy, anything that's inefficient, unstable markets. I mean, even when you're dealing with the barriers of entry in a small town, you know, it's really hard for a business community. So we have plenty of ideas. I know that it takes a lot actually to unify the business communities, for them to actually talk and provide this kind of a guidance. So I think in that sense, you guys are definitely setting I think an awesome precedent, that the business community becomes the ones that actually give really good input to give you guys an idea of what kind of policies you can set to create more efficiencies, to create more opportunities, to drive more traffic to the consumer, you know, basically the consumer base to grow. So we're super appreciative. We've been talking to a lot of us businesses, obviously, and thank you to the city manager and to the mayor to talking with us, and ultimately to being giving us an ear. At the end of the day, this business commission can come up with some amazing things. We've already seen some of the issues we've had with other businesses closing just recently. The idea is ultimately to prevent that. We want to be the ones that are not just preserving our own business interests, but preserving the interest of all the business community in San Benito County, and really to be there for one another and to try to create a thriving economy. In a small town, that's really tough, but I think this is a start. This is a good start to make that happen. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for considering this, and staff for being a part of it and helping. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Appreciate the good comments. Other public comments?
There are no other public comments for this.
Okay, so I'll close the public comment section. So other questions, comments, Councilmember Sendis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Yeah, I 100% agree with Peter on what the purpose is. I think the city of Hollister wants to partner authentically with our businesses. We've got a number of issues coming up that are going to promote economic development, and we really need to partner with them and make sure that everybody has a seat at the table. So we want your input. So thank you to Omar for helping out with that. Thank you to the city manager. Thank you to the businesses that have been meeting recently. The one thing I'm going to caution, couple of things. We're headed towards some rough finance, just like the businesses are. The public sector is hurting. You'll hear more about that tonight. So I am hoping that, being business owners, that you'll partner with us in knowing that financially we're going to be a bit limited on what we can and cannot do. I think the idea was just to get everybody at the table together so that we can have an open conversation, open it to the public, make it a little bit more official, to see what, because business owners are very creative, to see what ideas come out of there that are going to benefit both the citizens of Hollister and the businesses. So please be mindful of that. The other thing I would say is that it's a new commission, and just like all new commissions, like I'm hoping that we're flexible and that you're flexible, that if we need to pivot and change the makeup or anything as far as that goes, just to keep that in mind. My recommendations would be, I think my biggest recommendations would be like that they meet quarterly, and if they need a special, they can have a special. Just again, because it's a newer commission, I don't know what the recommendation was, but that's, I think, what we're all kind of pulling back and doing, mostly because of staff time, I'll be honest with you, and because of all the other things that we've got going on, but that would be my recommendation. And then the other recommendation I think we had talked about was making sure that it's not just a brick and mortar, but they actually generate sales tax revenue. If we can include that language in the bylaws or whatever we're doing, that they actually generate sales tax revenue for the city of Hollister. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Resendez. Other comments, questions? Councilmember Morales, go ahead, please.
I do like the idea of having each of us select somebody to put on the commission. I know in District 3, I have a lot of businesses there. I know downtown definitely does as well. So it would be nice to be able to have applications to be able to make sure that the diversity of our city is represented.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Morales. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. So it's been said that all change, especially positive change, comes from a small group of committed individuals united around a common cause. And, couple that with, I really feel like government isn't always the answer. I feel like the government sometimes, gets in the way almost. I really am excited about this Business Advisory Commission. And, you think about that small group of committed individuals united around a common cause. I think we can get more done through a group like this and with a group like this because they're in tune with the business community, right? We're up here making all these decisions. Some of them are really tough, take a lot of time, and we spend a lot of time reading all this information. Man, these businesses, it's almost like for us, by us, right? In the business community. So I'm excited about this. And I think that if we get the right representatives, we can get in tune with the businesses of town and make better decisions with this advisory commission. So I think this is great.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, so yeah, I agree. And I do have to say a special thanks to Mr. Hernandez, who just spoke a minute ago, Councilmember Resendez, Omar Rosas, who's from the Downtown Hollister Association. We worked really closely and talked a lot in the early months of my period as mayor, like the sergeant as mayor, and then we started talking to some of the downtown business owners, and our focus was really there. And then we started talking about some of the challenges of local businesses and how we can partner as a city and as a business community to enhance economic development and help new businesses open and existing business expand. So that was really what the discussion started. And then through this, I think it was a combination of Councilmember Resendez and Mr. Hernandez and this idea of a commission was born. It was born out of that. I did a little bit of research and I was trying to find another jurisdiction in the state that was a business commission. I could not find one. However, there are other cities that have other commissions or counselors or committees that have a different name that in essence function as a business commission. So these do exist, but they started as maybe they wanted to, I don't know, maybe they started as a downtown focus or something else. So they have different names. And so they've evolved into what we're trying to do here. But I could not find one that was a specific business commission. So Mr. Hernandez was right. This is going to be a very, very new thing that we're going to create. What that means is a few things. First of all, it's real exciting because we can create something new, hopefully something that can create some positive change for the business community. But also it's going to require a lot of patience as we work out the kinks and to really hone in on what is the purpose of this commission and what is it that we're trying to accomplish. My hope is that what this commission can do is that it will help the city to create policies to impact internal operations with some suggestions so that ultimately the business community can thrive, so that ultimately the city the city of Hollister, and I'm talking about our government, city of Hollister, will thrive so that ultimately the residents of Hollister will thrive, right? That is the goal, right? So it's all coming together. I think that elevating the voice of the business community in a formal way, like a commission, can help us to do that. And I also think that it will help to unify those different hardworking, great business commission, I'm sorry, business organizations that already exist. I think it will help to bring people together and to help to truly impact policy that hopefully will spur economic development. So that's the goal. I like the idea of putting something around sales tax generated business, some language like that in there, because I think that's important. I want to make sure that there is that piece of it. Now later that we may decide to change that, but I think because that's the ultimate focus right now is that we do that. And I also would like to somehow highlight small business because I think that that is really the main focus. At least now, that may change later, but I think for now, I think the focus should be on small business. Not to say that we cannot have other businesses represented, but I think that there should be priority. So maybe the majority of the commission are represented by small business or something to that effect. I think we have to prioritize small businesses. And also I think that we want to highlight our downtown. So I would like something about at least one or two members has to come from the downtown, something like that. So I don't know exactly what those numbers are, but the specifics, but something to that effect. I also think that we need to consider how we appoint these commissioners in a different way that we appoint other individuals for other commissions, because we can't rely on what somebody lives in the district, because that's not the focus, right? So I think opening it up citywide so that each council member can select the individual. I think they have to be a business owner and meet the other criteria, but I think it doesn't matter where in the city it is. That's my opinion, because this is a different type of a commission. So I'd like some language like that. So I'm hoping that my fellow council members kind of agree with me on the focus, that it's small business focus, that we have some highlighting a couple highlighting the downtown, that we're recognizing individuals that are business owners, not necessarily where they live, but that they're business owners, and that there's some focus on small businesses in there. So that's where I would like the focus to be on. So I'd like to hear from the rest of my council members to see what do you think about those ideas? Councilmember Hernandez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. 100% agree with you. I think the part that you said about focusing on small businesses is really important, and we can always change things later. So focusing on small business, I think at least one downtown business owner, because we can always, that doesn't preclude us from adding more than just one, right? But making that requirement, I think is a great idea. And everything else you said, I'm 100% on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, questions?
I agree with
Vice Mayor Gordon.
Councilmember Resendez and agreeing with what you just said, Mayor. Especially the part about, potentially improving government operation and making it easier to do business in this town, potentially permitting and figuring out how to make that process easier. Because if this commission is, staying in tune with businesses, they're probably going to hear some of those grievances that I hear, that it's really hard to start a business here. I know we're not intentionally making it hard. I know we have hardworking people that work every day to make sure that the permits go out. But I think we can probably do a better job at communicating certain aspects of what's going on. But this advisory commission could be, kind of the street team almost, right? The downtown Julie Brown, if you will. I don't know if I'm aging myself there a little bit, but the man or the woman on the street to kind of get the beat, see what's going on, and help us make decisions and help maybe spread the word of how good the planning and permitting is doing, because we seem to hear a lot of bad. Maybe there's some good going on out there too. So Who knows?
Thank you,
What can
Vice
come of
Mayor.
it.
Councilmember Morales, go ahead.
Yes, I'm wondering, love to hear more about whether you think it's gonna be a 5-person commission. But we do have a lot of businesses in the city of Hollister. Some of them are with the business council or with the chamber in terms of membership. So I don't know if we're also thinking about including a representative from those organizations. Just trying to see how we can amplify
Yeah,
business's voice.
And I think I might have had a conversation, an offline conversation with city manager about something like in something to that effect. And so I think that initially, I think the best way is to focus on business owners, at least for this iteration of it. Maybe we'll change that later. However, so like if we just say Omar Rosas, for example, from the Downtown Association, what we might do, we're going to ask him to be here to be in support of the commission and provide comment. We may also ask individuals like from the chamber, from the business council, from other business related organizations, maybe to be present, invite them to be present and maybe in the audience, and then be here to listen and maybe to lift voices of their groups. I think that my preference would be not to have them on the commission, but to really reserve those seats for business owners. And then, but invite them to be a part of the process and the discussion, and maybe include them or invite them to come to the meeting so that they're sitting in the audience and they're here as a voice for their groups that they represent. That's sort of what I'm thinking, is that would be a good way to ensure that they're represented. And then again, later, maybe we may decide that we want to change that, but I think for now, I really, really want to highlight or focus the seats and reserve them for business owners. And that's my thought. Yeah. So I do want to follow up a little bit on this point that you made, Vice Mayor, about permitting process. So here's the thing that we're going to have to be a little careful about, and this is where we're going to really need staff support on. We want to make sure that we're not duplicating or in any kind of conflict with the responsibilities of the Planning Commission, right? So they have their process. And so we want to be very careful that we're not overstepping. So let's make sure that if we are putting together the parameters, the responsibilities, the role of this commission, that there's a clear delineation between the role of this commission and the Planning Commission, and that there isn't overlap. I think it's okay to work in partnership, for commissions to work in partnership so that they're supporting each other. But what I don't want is to get a recommendation from one commission on something that is a permit requirement, and then we get something from the Planning Commission that is in direct conflict. I just want to be really careful about that. So I'm going to leave that to city manager or others to advise us on that, but I just want to make sure that we just kind of put that out there and that we're careful. Go ahead, city manager.
Yeah, we could certainly look at that. And then just to touch on HDA, we did have in the staff report that we would suggest that they, help staff the meeting with us. The reason we went there is they're actually a paid contractor of ours to kind of keep the finger on the pulse and help with downtown activities. So we had seen it kind of playing out as, maybe Mr. Rosas is sitting up here, with me and can give that feedback and give kind of a perspective of what he's hearing. It wouldn't be a voting member or a member of the commission. So that was the thought process behind that, is that we are funding them to provide that intel and that service to us, and thought it would be a good fit there. And then I would just say, if you want to have a focus on small business, us as staff love a definition. And so if that's, a number of staff members, I probably wouldn't suggest getting into revenue and that type of thing. We don't want to have businesses have to show us their books to be on the commission, but it could be something where if a business has 10 employees or less, or 5 or less, you'll see in other communities 25 or 50. I think in the city that may be quite large for a small business. We have a lot of small businesses that have 10, 15 employees. So I would say, you know, if you want a limited number or a prescribed number that at a minimum you have to have small businesses, we could come back with suggestions of how to get there to small, because we would have to review the applications against what a small business is. So without a definition, then it becomes
Yeah, good.
subjective.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Councilmember Sanders, go ahead.
Thank you. I think like the official language is anybody that has under 250 employees.
Yeah, no,
100?
I think we want to
So-
create our own, because I think that the official is too
doesn't
big.
match with
It's still
this.
too big.
Yeah.
For our business, like the businesses that we want to focus in, I think a number around 10, 15 might be the right number. But if we go with like what the Small Business Administration defines as small business, it's
Yeah.
going to be, for us, that's going to be big. So I think we create our own definition, and I mean, I'm thinking a 10 or 15 is probably
Well,
the right
maybe they can
number.
bring back options. I'm guessing they could just bring
And
back
then,
options for us.
so this is what I'm gonna just say to our business owners, please come back and give us your suggestions. What will happen is we will give direction to staff, they'll come back with their draft. And then we will have some numbers in there, and then maybe we get some advice from you about what's the right number for like our city. What is 15 too little, is 25 too much, maybe we'll get some suggestions from our small business owners, and then we'll put a number in there. I think I'd like to do that, but I think staying away from the official definition is probably good, and we create our own for what we think is right for Hollister. I think that'd be better.
Quick thought.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As far as the 5 to 7, I think we're having a hard time just getting 5 people sometimes in these commissions. So I would recommend starting with 5. And then the other thought I had, Mayor, is that I think we've done this in the past. I can't remember when we start a new commission. They can create their mission. They can create their bylaws. Hopefully the staff will work with them. Then they'll bring it back to us, and then we can adopt it in a public forum. And I see the city clerk shaking her head. So
Okay.
I would recommend that would be the first thing they should do.
Yeah,
I would
well,
imagine.
okay, yeah, I think we do have to have at least a framework, right? So some like framework so that they can get started. And I think so that we can, if we want to focus in on a small business, I think having that definition will be really important. And then I think that's the best way to do it, is to allow them to be like heavily involved in that creation. But I think we have to start with some kind, at least a framework, right? I think we have to start there.
Absolutely. You don't
Yeah.
want them to shoot for the moon and the stars. You gotta
Yes.
compound it.
Yes. Okay. So okay. So we kind of said a lot, but I just want to check are we okay with the direction that we've given? Are you?
So I can
Okay.
give you the summary of what I have, and then we
Okay.
can determine if there's
Thank you.
consensus.
Thank you.
So the first one was that for the commission to meet quarterly. Thumbs, yes.
Again, put that in there, and then
Right.
we'll have that discussion
we
later.
just-
We can change it maybe if we want to, but yeah. Put that.
Absolutely. So this will be for the draft to come back to council. So for them to meet quarterly, that the members are required to own a business that generates sales tax revenue for the city, that it would be proposed to be a 5-member commission with each member of council recommending a member of the commission, but it would require approval of the full council. That's how we do all our other ones. Membership priority will be given to small business owners. At least one member of the commission will have a business located in the downtown area. And then the purpose being, suggested purpose at this point is to enhance economic development in the city, help the city create policies to impact internal city operations to help the business community thrive. And then also noting that they're not going to be duplicating the responsibilities of the planning commission without any overlap. So the one question I would have, if the council wants to give direction on it right now, is you said priority to small business owners. If you want to put any sort of number on that of 1 or 2, or if you want to leave that more open, because you can always say at least 1, and then you can always have more.
I think I want to start with majority small. I honestly, my preference would be to have all small businesses start, but I think if we just said majority, that would be that's what I'm thinking. What do the rest of you think? Majority small business owners? What do
I
you
think all.
I think all. What do
I'm with the majority at least, because I mean, I've already been to a meeting or two that has kind of been the precursor of this. And there have been at least 3 committed small business owners that are some more right here in town.
And yeah,
At least
go.
3.
Okay, go ahead. Councilmember Morales, did you have something?
Yeah, and I've heard from, at least in my area, we have businesses. I'm not sure in terms of like I have a different like area, so I have like all the shops. I know the supermarkets have had issues with like ordinances and the shopping carts, so I don't know if they would qualify for a small business. They might because they're everything a lot of the places here we have are small in terms of number of employees. But I think that they would have similar issues like policy and ordinances that impact their business. So at least if there's one representative that fits at least my district,
Okay.
they have a lot of needs.
So
that need to
maybe
be
let's,
addressed.
so if we did majority, do you think that would suffice? Like a majority would mean at least three members would have to be small business. And then we'd have at least two that could still be small business or, or not. They could be a little bit bigger, like a grocery store.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, I think a lot of my district, like Panera, and they've had a hard time opening. A lot of it is miscommunication. So that also needs to come into play at some point.
Yeah, yeah.
My areas are highly visible in the community.
Right, right. Okay, good. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I think we're gonna go with majority and then again, this is a starting point. We may change that. Any comments, questions on this side? The comments? Anything to add? Councilmember Deanda, did you have anything to add?
Thank you. I just want to say that I'm excited. This is, I think, a great way. It's new, fresh ideas, way to get people to network and, get the local businesses owners together and get the city involved. And I think it's a great way to build community and to generate new ideas and especially focus on generating economical growth, which is something that we need here. So I'm really excited. Yes, that's
Great. Okay, thank you. So I think do we need to just do a thumbs up on this with the
Need to
direction?
get consensus, yeah.
Okay,
Get
so
consensus.
we heard so thumbs up. Okay, so we're good. So for the public, in a couple of meetings, we will come back with this item again with a draft, and then we will dive into it again. So, and I just want to say thank you to all the small business owners who have met with me, who have met with other council members. A special thanks to Omar Rosas from the Downtown Association. He's been incredibly supportive in helping us to, just to partner with our business owners. And thank you to all the gentlemen that are here in the room that are small business owners that have met with us. Thank you all. Okay, we're going to move on to our next item.
Okay, it's me again. So the next item is also about commissions, and is about what we want to do with some of our current advisory bodies. So part of this conversation that has come up a couple different times is how do we handle our current advisory bodies? So wanted to we have some recommendations of how to address them. As Councilmember Resendez said, sometimes we have a hard time getting members of those advisory bodies. And so we have some different suggestions for you. So going through the current ones, we have our Parks and Recreation Commission. It's a 5-member commission. The mayor's appointment is to live in the county. It meets monthly, and there are currently 2 vacancies. Arts and Culture Commission is a 7-member commission with 2 youth members, also meets monthly, but there are currently 4 vacancies, and both youth member positions are vacant. The Youth Committee is a 5-member commission. The members are ages 12 to 18, meets monthly, and all positions are currently vacant with 1 pending application. The Historic Resources Commission, this one has lots of requirements, and so it's a 5-member commission, and you can see the requirements there. It has supposed to meet monthly, but it's never actually been convened. All positions are currently vacant, and I do not believe anyone has ever applied since I've been here for the last 2.5 years, and so no one has been appointed for that one. So with this, we have some different recommendations of how to address our current commissions. One being to combine those 3 commissions, Parks and Rec, Arts and Culture, and the Youth Committee, into a single advisory body. With that, you could continue to have a 7-member commission if you wanted to continue having that youth voice on there, and additional recommendations as outlined in the staff report. I would recommend sunsetting the Historic Resources Commission. Sorry, I mistyped it there. As I said, no one has been appointed to it, and many of the various roles and responsibilities have been turned over to the Planning Commission in absence of that Historic Resources Commission. During COVID, there was a disaster council created, and so with the end of that emergency, we do recommend going ahead and sunsetting that disaster council. And then the final recommendation on there is to update the Airport Advisory Commission regular meeting schedule to meet quarterly. I would recommend that all of the various commissions, other than probably Planning Commission, meet quarterly, and with the understanding that a special meeting could be called anytime one is needed. But it makes it hard to recruit for these commissions when you're constantly having to cancel meetings because maybe there's not business before them that is needed at that point in time. At my previous agency, we had a public committee, that advisory body, they only met 3 times a year, but they knew those 3 times a year were always going to happen. It was very cyclical based on our budget. And so they were planned for that. This kind of limbo that they're often in, being, lack of a quorum because they don't have members or not having business, does make it harder for us to recruit for it. So those would be the different recommendations, and I'm open to your suggestions. If the direction is given to move forward these recommendations, we'll bring back a couple different resolutions for a future item. And also we would need to amend the municipal code to sunset that Historic Resources Committee. So that one would require an ordinance, and a draft ordinance was included in your packet. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that staff report. Okay, so questions, comments? You have a comment or question? Councilmember Hernandez, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you for doing this. I guess the only concerns I have is I just really want to honor all the different aspects of the commissions, right? So I want to make sure that we are still promoting arts and culture. We're still creating parks and recs, and that we're still involving the youth. So I just want to see that we honor that. My other concern, I'll be honest with you, is I have some vacancies on planning commission, and I don't want to if there's people that want to volunteer and want to be involved, I think that one way we can potentially do this is look to see what the interest is, because you don't have to live in your district to have a planning commissioner. I know I need a planning commissioner. I believe the vice mayor needs a planning commissioner. If there's somebody that's currently on the arts and culture or parks and recs that wants to be a planning commissioner, mind you, we get to pick who they are, right? That they be given that opportunity when we go through this transition. And if you are only left with 5 people after that, including a youth member, then let's do a 5 board member moving forward. But if you have more than 5, then let's do a 7. But what can we do later, like we talked about earlier, is we can always come back and revisit that and go from 7 to 5 in the transitional period. Does that make sense?
So you're saying it would be a flexible number for the size of, I would have to look to the city attorney because it's the determination of the quorum. And so if you were to say it's a 5-member, then you would have a 3-person quorum versus a 7-member. So I think that, and then
I think correct me if I'm wrong. I think what he's saying is that because if we're going to collapse these commissions into one, possibly, that's what we're talking about, then there may be some appointments that we've already made that then we won't need them for those commissions. So then we will ask them to express their interest. And if after we do that, we find that there is a lot of interest, then let that help us to determine whether it should be a 5 or 7.
Okay, yes, that makes sense. So depending on the size that you wanted to create that new commission, there are currently enough vacancies that no one would be removed from a commission, but we could also talk with all of those commissioners and say, is there interest in serving on one of the other commissions, either that maybe this combined one, because honestly, you'd want to make sure they want to serve on this new commission. Maybe they're not interested.
Yes. I think I would love to have my Parks and Recs and my Arts and Culture Commissioner, both of them on this. So I mean, I hope that they would like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and we would talk with them.
Okay, but would that be okay for us to determine the number later? I mean, we could do that, right? Once we know what the interest is. Okay, so Mary's nodding yes.
You can update the number.
But
okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. Can I just ask the clerk for a clarification of what I think I heard? So if you go to 7 members, everybody can just transition onto it. So your 2 people would just transition onto it. It's not like 3 people are left out in the cold because there's only so many spots.
That's correct.
And they're all filled. You have enough vacancies where if you combine them all, you still don't have 7 quite yet, or you may be right.
Yes, that's correct. I need to look at the youth. However we want to handle that, if you want to require a youth membership. And so we need to come back with the design and options for you for some of these different changes. So that'd be a further conversation for council.
Yeah, I think having discussion about the youth come out. I've worked with different youth advisory boards, and it's always challenging because first of all, the requirements for being a youth don't last very long because you cease to be a youth after a few years. So it's always a challenge. It's always a challenge to keep those boards filled. But I think we can brainstorm about how to do that. So maybe we need to put a little more thought on the youth piece. Like I think it's important not to lose that, especially we have one applicant right now. We want to make sure that we take advantage of that.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
if I could just add to the youth piece, currently on the youth, it's 12 to 18. 12 is very young. And then 18, normally what has happened, like I built the group, the last group, like we worked with them, got a quorum together, never could meet because one of them always had something going on. And then when they could all meet, they got accepted to college and moved.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
What you see in other youth programs is usually like a 16 to 24 or 16 to 21, where that age range is a little, they're technically still, they're a young adult.
They're young adults.
Whereas, they're
They,
not 12.
they were recently a youth. They were very recently a youth. Yeah.
Correct.
okay.
So, and that may give you a little bit more commitment and, widen it a bit. Because as if you had a 12-year-old up here, then you're working with the parents as well, and there's a whole process there. And so I would just say that if I'm hearing that yes, there's a strong desire to still have the youth on there, one way you can get to it is by switching the age up a little bit, which aligns with a lot of social service programs and whatnot.
Yeah. Okay. Good idea. Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Sanders. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple of thoughts. You can always make them a non-voting member. I know that there was problems with the schedule as far as like the school schedule and that type of thing. You can always make them a non-voting member, just like we do with intergovernmental. And then the other thought was, we have, for the first time ever, we have 2 Spanish-speaking commissioners. I would really, really love to see at least one or both move over to the Planning Commission. But I want to stress that I do think it's important to have youth. I do think it's important to have Spanish-speaking residents and for us to provide the translation services for them and be inclusive of that. So I would encourage the Spanish-speaking residents to apply for a Planning Commission and keep that practice alive. We need representation. We need inclusivity. So I'd like to see more of that.
Okay. Okay. So I had another question, and now I'm like forgetting. Other questions or comments? Other questions or comments? Okay, so we are gonna move quickly to public comment. And then, do we have any speakers on this item?
I do not have any speakers on this
Okay,
item.
so I'm gonna close public comment. Okay, so for this item, you need direction, right? So.
Yes, that's correct. So we can just go through the line with the easiest first. If we want to go ahead and sunset the disaster council. Okay, we'll bring something back on that. How about the Historic Resources Commission? Sunset that. Okay, we'll bring back introduction of an ordinance for that one. And then how about Airport Advisory Commission if you want to move it from monthly to quarterly?
I think that's okay.
Okay. And then finally, it's the consolidation of the various commissions, Parks and Recreation, Arts and Culture, and Youth Commission into a single commission. So we can bring in a resolution back for that or options for that. Currently talking about bringing those together. I can have conversation with the current members of those commissions to see if anyone is wants to continue to serve, confirm that first, and then bring back some options for a youth membership. And then also, would you want that commission to meet quarterly or monthly?
Okay.
For that combined one. Do you have a preference at this point? We can include it, or I can leave it as an option of monthly or quarterly for that combined commission.
Do we have enough, like on the agenda for those 3 to make it even a monthly?
At this point, it's not really. Again, I would recommend quarterly for all of them, but planning commission with
Yeah.
special meetings.
We're recommending quarterly, especially if you don't have enough content. It's kind of it makes it less rewarding to participate. So then you get people that stop participating, and then there's not a quorum, and the people that are into it then end up not going because they tried to last time and someone else didn't come. So you go quarterly, more impactful meetings. And then if something pops up that needs to be addressed, you call a special.
Okay. So we'll bring those
Okay.
options back, the resolutions and ordinance back, and then we'll bring back further options for that combined committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna move on then with the next item. Okay, let me check where we're at here. Okay, we are at 10:03, so we're gonna continue on with the discussion regarding a regulatory permit for Monterey Bay Alternative Medicine Hollister Inc. at a new location of 1785 San Felipe Road. So can we get a staff report, please?
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
My name is Maria. I'm the Cannabis Affairs Manager, and the item before you tonight is for consideration of Monterey Bay Alternative Medicine. They are requesting a renewal of their regulatory permit with a proposal of change in location. So as a little bit of overview on the business, the applicant received approval back in 2018 during a competitive process where there was 8 applications received. Monterey Bay Alternative Medicine has received 6 renewals at their current location of 773 San Felipe Road, where they have not opened their business till today. The current location is, or initially the plan there was to rehabilitate the building following the approval from the city council. Shortly after that, it was demolished and they seeked approval for reconstruction of the building, where they received planning commission approval in 2019. During that process, Monterey Bay Alternative did not obtain any building permits, which led to their permit to expire, their conditional use permits and all approvals. I think that, yeah, sorry. The picture before you tonight is the current location where they received the original approval back in 2018, which is 773 San Felipe Road. The consideration for the permit renewal at the new location for the dispensary is to relocate to 1785 San Felipe Road. The new site is currently unimproved, non-operable, and it hosts 2 other cannabis regulatory permit approvals, which are cultivation and manufacturing that are held by another business. The property has multiple code violations, and which the owner is responsible for. And I think the next, yeah, that's the proposed location at 1785 San Felipe Road, as it currently stands. So for the renewal on the location, according to the City of Hollister Municipal Code, relocation is a required city council approval. And the city attorney office recommended to consider the location change as part of tonight's approval or denial. If approved, the proposed site must seek additional approvals to become operational. And if it's denied, the city council must make the specific findings to deny that. Excuse me. The findings for the city council to consider tonight is, again, Monterey Bay Alternative Medicine, we call it MBAM, sorry, holds 1 of 2 dispensaries for the past 7 years, and they have failed to establish an operational cannabis dispensary in the city of Hollister. The city has received no cannabis sales tax revenue from the applicant. The city has received a lot of interest from other potential dispensary operators, but cannot consider due to the permitting limitations of only 2 dispensaries. The current location of 773 holds no entitlements, and the current location has code compliance issues. If recommended for approval tonight, staff is suggesting that the dispensary operations shall commence within 1 year. All code violations at the new location of 1785 San Felipe Road must be corrected by December 4th of 2025. And the permit shall be revocable for cause, according to section 5.542.120 of the City of Hollister Municipal Code. And that all construction and related activities to construction must comply with applicable codes. And of course, all fees and taxes associated with the dispensary operations are paid in full and on time. The next steps for tonight is requesting the council to consider to approve or deny the renewal for Monterey Bay Alternative Medicine at the new location of 1785 San Felipe Road. To approve with the conditions or deny in consideration of the specified findings. And staff will be coming back with a final resolution in June 2nd of 2025 at its regular meeting. I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that, staff report. Questions? Questions? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Well, man, I'm struggling with this. I mean, you know, I'm coming around on the concept that cannabis is actually an alternative medicine. Like some people are really using it for depression and, you know, just various, you know, coming back from war. What is that? What is that? People get the PTSD. Like it's actually, it's like a total medicine, right? But I mean, I'm looking at it and like 7 years is a long time. I mean, a young person, I mean, the Jesuit priest said, if you show me a child of 7, I'll show you the man. That means at 7 years old, like you're kind of the person that you're going to be. It's a long time. 2018 sounds like a really long time ago. Sometimes I'm looking through movies and I'm like, God, movies from 2018. I don't even know if I'm going to watch that. But it's just been a really long time. I don't know if this is for city manager, but when you look at the other dispensary, and it's probably gobbling up all of the available business in this space, but like if you were to just throw out a number, you know, we're in a tough time when it comes to revenue, right? If we got to bolster revenue and we've got to cut expenses, we have to do both of them fast. How much money could we have collected in the last 7 years if you just kind of take them both down to like 70%? Right? So if one didn't have 100%, you took them both down to 70, like this one got 70%. Like if you were just to throw out a number, like what could we have gotten if they got operational in like a couple of years?
So I would be speculating.
Total
And
speculating.
I'll explain why I would be speculating. And I have to also be careful because I am not permitted to give tax information out publicly. And being that there is only one other one, by nature, I would be giving that information out.
Right. Okay.
So the other thing that makes it difficult is that you don't know that if another dispensary is here, prices don't come down, they don't split the customer base, right? So there's a lot of moving factors, but over 7 years, all things considered, you may have seen 7 figures of revenue into the city. Through the various sales tax, cannabis tax, those types of different taxes. But overall, it could be the same exact amount because half the people go to the other one and the prices are all the same, right? It's hard to speculate on that.
And then great job. Was it Maria on that staff report? You said there were other applicants. I mean, clearly we had 8. We could only go with 2, right? Ordinances. So for 7 years, we didn't have any action. Have you been getting inquiries from other potential operators that would like to fill the space?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say it's been a lot of action or like how many would you say?
I would say yes. There has been, in fact, just last week, there was a call. But the answer is always the same. They've all been awarded, both of them. And they've asked what it takes for them to come in and request that the city council up the number of dispensary permits or do, I guess it's common knowledge that our second dispensary is not open for business. So they wonder what's going on.
As they should.
Thanks. So there's activity there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all I've got for now. I'd like to hear from.
Yeah. Do you have a yeah, we're gonna do public comment. I was gonna wait for you. Okay, let's go to public comment and then we will come back for more comments.
Yes, our first speaker is Bryce Barrera.
Hi, City Council. Thanks for the opportunity to talk tonight. I am a board member of MBAM, or Monterey Bay Alternative Hollister. A little bit of context, we were one of 2 applicants that were awarded through a highly competitive process back in 2018. At that time, and still currently, the city's zoning that allows for cannabis retail is incredibly stringent, and it's very hard to find a space within the city that meets the zoning requirements that was set forth under the ordinance. And so it was been a challenge. And so at that time, the city was aware that the location that we had applied at was a vacant location and would have taken quite a few years and substantial investment to get to a spot to have an operable facility. At the time of application, we had investment. We had applied for our building permits. Things were moving fine. And then this crazy global pandemic happened and essentially smashed the economy and any chance that we had to move forward for about 3 years. And so that caused a significant stall and a hurdle in our plans. During that time, we maintained positive status with the city. We filed for our renewal every year. We paid our applicable fees. A couple years ago, we knew that unfortunately that site wasn't going to be feasible anymore. And so we started to search for a new location, which given the current zoning was very challenging. About 18 months ago, we identified a suitable location. Last year, it's been about exactly a year, we actually started to apply and work with city staff to move to 1785 San Felipe Road. We applied for our full conditional use permit in September. Ms. Mendez had a couple things that she asked for to respond with, and we've submitted everything in full in November. We've been waiting for over 6 months for the opportunity to come before you, to have this conversation and to get approval to move to our new location. While the new location does have some code violations, we were only informed yesterday that it's listed as a single tenant location, even though for decades it has had multiple tenants, including Fastenal previously, as well as the parent company for crop production services operating out of there at the same time. Currently, there's 2 other cannabis businesses there that are permitted that don't have anything to do with us. Our location is Unit E1. The building code violations are for a tenant called L&L, located units A and B. So our unit actually is improved. It was fully permitted and passed fire inspections. It has cameras, it has fire, it has all security because it was entitled as a manufacturing facility. So the portion that the dispensary will be taking over is the section of the manufacturing facility. It includes a lobby and includes our retail. There's not a lot of improvements that are ready to be made. In fact, with your approval, we anticipate being able to get open and operable very quickly. We will need to pull a sign permit and get final walkthroughs, obviously, to do so, but there's not a lot of construction going on. We do have one issue that I shared with staff that hopefully you have before you. One of the recommendations to attach the code violations to our permit is kind of untenable for us. We don't have the ability to resolve code violations for other tenants. And so we'd ask that you'd amend that motion and recommend the motion before you that our landlord would apply for to separate the units legally. So thank you for your time. I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
The next speaker is Victor Gomez.
Hi, Honorable Mayor. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Good to see you folks tonight. Thank you for your work tonight. Really appreciate it. Again, my name is Victor Gomez with Pinnacle Strategy. I do represent Monterey Bay Alternative Medicine and Bryce here as well. I think he's kind of laid out exactly what we've gone through in the past. I know when we brought this permit up for renewal a little bit over a year ago, we were hoping to get some bids. Unfortunately, those bids all came in extremely high for the existing site, and that's really what's motivated us to look at this site, because as Bryce had mentioned, it should be a pretty quick opening, or a quicker opening, once we get through the tenant improvement process. So your 1-year timeline should work totally fine if you want to include that in your motion to approve and allow us to, again, move this project forward. We certainly understand the pressure that we're under and what you want us to accomplish, and we're, again, ready to execute. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. As Bryce indicated, he's there available as well to answer any questions, but we hope we can count on your support, and we look forward to getting this place open.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gomez. Other comments?
There are no other speakers.
Okay, so we're gonna close the public comments. Councilmember Resendez, go ahead.
Thank you. This is like the vice mayor said, tough. It's really disappointing, I'll be honest with you. I've seen this movie on replay since the time I got elected 7 years ago in office. And during that time, we're losing out on tax revenue for the city of Hollister. Residents that utilize the service are not able to get it. And we've got one other permit that's monopolizing the whole community. Competition's good. I want to support businesses. I want to see more sales tax revenue. It pains me to say that I can't get behind this because I want to see that succeed, right? But here are my concerns. Like, we've seen this again and again and again for 7 years, and now we're getting asked for another year. And what's going to happen is within that year, we could probably get replaced. And then guess what? I don't know. Everybody went through COVID. We had a business that went through COVID. I get it. So it pains me to not be able to support this. So I'm not hearing anything like specific other than give us another year. And then there's all these other hurdles that we got to get through to get there. So if I were to support this, I need like a plan, like a specific plan within 6 months, but I'm not seeing that tonight. I didn't see it from the business owner and I didn't see it from the consultant, but I appreciate you guys being here. It's really tough for me to not support this, but you essentially have until June, right? And I cannot get behind another extension because of those reasons. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you for that. Other comments? You have a question or comment, Vice Mayor?
Question,
Oh,
actually.
go ahead, Vice Mayor.
So, I mean, everybody in business, plan your work and you work your plan, right? So is it possible that we grant like a 3-month extension, and in that 3 months, we get the business plan, because a building is part of a plan. I don't know which part it is. I'm assuming it's the 3 roll-up door kind of situation on the north kind of west side of the building. That used to be, I don't even think that was Fastenal. I think Fastenal was on the east side. But can we do like a 3-month extension, and in 3 months just give us the plan, right? And then go from there? Is that a possibility? Or do we have to do the full Monty, like 1-year plan, and then like in a year we're gonna go try to remediate, untenable delinquencies on the
Yeah,
structure?
I would probably lean on the city attorney. Typically that approval, it's an annual permit.
Yeah.
So if you're granting it 3 months on an annual permit, that may create some challenges as well.
Yeah, that could, because it is an annual. And the way it's worded, you can add conditions of approval, but I would stick with what your code states, which
Okay.
is an annual permit.
Could you do a 3-month extension to the current?
I don't see where your code allows for extensions. I was just looking that up.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Anything else? Councilor?
Man, I don't know. I just look at, we've had 7 years. I mean, the pandemic put everything on pause. So tonight I'd like to hear like the plan that we've had 7 years to come up with, right? And that's what we would need. Literally, we've had the pandemic. You could have gotten a 4-year degree in the pandemic, and a lot of people did. I'm not sure if I finished one in that time frame or if it was before that, but yeah.
Okay.
We had plenty of time.
Councilor Morales, go ahead.
So normally I'm not in favor of anything related to cannabis. I think, however, I do understand, because a lot of businesses went through like just the struggle of getting a business open. We do have a lot of challenges in the city related to permitting. COVID did have an impact. I think they're being from what I heard, they're being proactive in terms of finding a new location, separating the units to be able to open up. 7 years, when you're looking at somebody who's struggling and trying to figure out a way to to operationalize your business. 7 years, that's a loss to them as well, in addition to us. So I think I would be in favor of extending it to 1 year and seeing if they're able to do it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Morales. Okay, so I'm not sure if this question, if I want to direct it to Mr. Gomez, the consultant, or if I want to ask the business owner. But I'm kind of like feeling the same. I'm having the same reaction or response to this. I'm worried because it is really frustrating. I remember when I was on the planning commission, this was something that came up, and that was more than 4 years ago. And it's like, why haven't they opened up? And then the pandemic hit, and then all this stuff, other stuff has happened. So when I heard that it was still out there, just kind of floating in air, nobody was using it, I was like, why are they not doing this? So I personally I would feel more comfortable getting behind this extension. And again, business owner or Mr. Gomez, please answer that. Can you respond to that? Like, can you give us specifics about how and some reassurance to how you plan to make this happen within that period of time? Because I think if we don't have something that's more specific, then it may get denied. So I'd like some reassurances. What is it that how do you think you can do this? And here's why we're saying this. Like, first of all, I think you're getting the message from us. We all want you to open. We all really want you to open. So can you please just open? Like, do what you need to do to get open. And we know that there's others that are ready to step in, and we'd like to give them the opportunity. And if you aren't able to do it, then let's give others an opportunity to do it. But we really want this business open. So can you or Mr. Gomez please tell us how you plan to do this and give us some specifics that maybe make us feel more confident that we can depend on this opening happening soon.
Yeah, we were much more optimistic that we were going to get the opportunity to have this conversation months ago. And honestly, our two limiting factors as it stands right now is the condition that you guys might approve that's going to tie our ability and our permit to code violations of something that are outside of our control, because that's going to give us pause to move forward if we're subject to code violations that have nothing to do with us, right? So that's one. The second limiting factor is just the ability of staff to communicate and work with us on an expeditious manner. We are ready to go. Our furniture has already been done and fabricated. The space just needs really paint. The security cameras are in, because I said it was already approved for cannabis manufacturing. So fire's been through it. In fact, they were there 2 weeks ago to recertify the sprinklers. Police has been through it and authorized it. They'll want to come back, I'm sure, for our particular use, but this isn't a big TI. I need to apply for a sign permit, but we're ready to go. So, we're anxious to get underway. We have an operational plan. We have the funding to get going. The furniture, the fixtures, the equipment are already built. So, we just need approval, and we've been waiting on that since November, to be perfectly frank. So, I totally understand your frustration, and, we were frustrated too, believe me, but we just need the opportunity to come in and shine. We're ready to be a positive member of this community and create tax revenue and jobs. So
Can I get some kind of like, I'm really sorry. I just feel like I need to do this. It's like trust and verify, like that kind of thing. Can I get somebody from staff that tells exactly what he's saying, that's what they need in order to be able to open, that they need the permit, and that this condition, if we add this proposed condition to that will help? Can somebody from staff answer that question? It's about just assurances for this council that in fact that is something that can make this move forward.
Yeah, and before the assistant city manager talks, I'm going to make a recommendation that if you're going to give direction to bring this back for approval, that part of that be that the applicant follow permitting guidelines, including the timelines.
Okay.
Under the municipal code.
But this proposed condition is about talking about their specific unit and excluding the others. And so there's that. And then I want to make sure that what he says is in fact true, that there is some permitting stuff, and that's really all that's left to be done. So can you let us know that?
Sure.
Thank you.
So presently, this site is not a multi-unit property. It does not have that entitlement. So that is a process that this property needs to go through. So that is part of this. Although there have been diagrams presented with different units and it's been spoken about, it is not an entitled segregation of units on this property at this point. So it does have to go through that process. You can see from the pictures that there is some significant site improvements that need to be made there. It's exterior finishes, it's the parking lot, it's signage. There's a number of things there. So according to your municipal code, code violations are applicable to the site, not segregatable among things. And so it is true that this is the property owner's code violation and he needs to rectify it. And we would hope that MBAM would work with him expeditiously to take care of that. He has already met with the building department and he is working on those violations. So there is some actionable pieces there. But I do want to say that in making this recommendation for conditions of approval, we considered the history of the business in moving forward, and we thought that we needed to implement some actionable dates and pieces so that you would have results, because we knew you wanted to see results. You wanted to have a clear perspective of what this property represented and how it could move forward. So we feel that the conditions of approval that we put in are achievable, but they have a lot of work to do. We also feel that the findings are reasonable, and it is your purvey on where you would want to go, considering all the actionable items.
Okay. 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 Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Resendez.
I have questions for staff. How long ago did they obtain this new building? Did they
Maria
enter
could
into a
probably
lease
comment on
agreement?
that a little better than I. You've been talking to them about the
Yeah, so the building, staff received the new application or the renewal application back in August
Okay.
of last year.
Okay. And they said that the building's ready to go. Do you know if the tenant, these gentlemen, have actually made those improvements, or are they just using the existing improvements from the previous business that was there?
So I had reached out to the applicant when I received the application, because all I got in there with her application was renderings. And I wanted to know what it looked like, a business plan. I usually get before and afters. With them, I didn't receive that. So I reached out, and basically what the applicant responded was, we're just going to do a few upgrades, just cabinet work and paint.
So what I'm hearing is this. They entered into a lease agreement with a landlord that already had these improvements. They're hoping to move into there, but there's other things that are tied to that property that they need to resolve before they can operate. The only investment, in my opinion, that I've heard tonight from the business owner is that they've got furniture ordered and it's on its way. That's it. So they haven't done any tenant improvements. So I just feel like we just keep going around in the circle. And I just don't think it's fair to the community, to other business owners, and to ourselves to treat ourselves with the tax revenue. So I'm not going to support this, I'll be honest, because I've been down this road with the applicants for a number of years. But if the majority of my colleagues do support this, then again, what the attorney said, that would give you at least a little bit of protection that if they're not meeting the permitting process timelines, then I'm assuming that clause would cancel the permit. Is that correct?
Yeah, if they don't meet the conditions, then they.
And I think that's fair, but again, I just cannot anymore, because I just don't think it's the right thing to do. I'll be honest with you.
To just offer you a little bit of perspective. So the paramount issue at the site at this point is the code violation. We are not able to issue any permits for improvements or anything else until the code violation is resolved.
So what does that look like? How do you resolve
So
that?
the property owner is aware of the code violation. He has already been in contact with the building department and he's working through resolving that. But again, his time frame for work and resolution is his time frame.
So when you put this clause in there, city attorney, is the property owner going to have to abide by those clauses?
No, this is a permit with the MBAM owner. So
So-
that's what the assistant city manager was saying. It's up to the property owner and the lessee to figure it out and get it done.
Another hurdle, so to speak, essentially. That's not holding the property owner's feet to the fire. Just because we enter into agreement with them and we put timelines on them, you still don't know if the property owner is going to.
The property owner has
cooperate.
2 other businesses with cannabis permits that are also located there, that at renewal will have a similar presentation to what you're receiving tonight for their renewals. So because there is an actionable code enforcement action that has yet to be resolved, we will present that to you as a finding.
Another hurdle.
Yes. I mean, it's not that it's
It
not
It seems like
resolvable.
we've got to dig ourselves out of this, but we're in
Technically,
such
the
a deep
business owner
hole.
really needs to work with
Yeah.
the property owner to light a fire and move this forward. And we feel like we were being reasonable in setting timeframes for resolution of the code violation being 6 months and then another 6 months to become operational. It's encouraging that they have infrastructure and things there, but again, this property owner has to step
It
up.
sounds like
and they
it's,
have to
they're
apply
they're not
pressure.
the ones that are at fault. Essentially, I mean,
Their
property owner at this
circumstances
point-
are understandable.
yeah.
Their real hurdle at this point is that they need to resolve the code violation and they need to get the segregation of units at the property. Because you can't just say, I've got 6 units
I don't
there.
think we're gonna get that resolved here tonight with the permit, with extending the permit. I'll be honest with you. So again, I would say you've got till June, find somewhere else to go. And I know it's been challenging with all the limitations. I get that. We put those limitations in place to protect our community and our kids. So I'm gonna stand by those limitations. But it's just been an ongoing thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I will just have to say that I kind of share the same. This response is not giving me a lot of confidence with this. It's causing me still some more concern. So I'm feeling reluctant as well. I mean, I really want to support this, but I feel like it just feels like I don't know. It feels like maybe it might be time to move on. That's what I'm feeling like.
I could offer you a suggestion.
Please.
So the conditions of approval say that we are asking for a resolution of the code violations by December. That's halfway through this permitting period. If that's not met, then you have your cause already and you may end it at that point. And really it is the code violations that are sort of the obstacle at this point. Yes, there is a subsequent issue of needing to separate out the units at the property, but that is something that is actionable and doable as long as they get their property owner. There's a lot of onus on MBAM to move this along with the property owner. So there is somewhat of a checks and balances for you with the code violation needing to be resolved by December for a consideration, but I'm just going to offer that to you.
So essentially, it would be, it would almost like give them about 6 months or so. And then at that point, if it's not resolved, we have cause to pull out rather than waiting the full year.
Yes.
I mean, that might be.
I can certainly get behind that.
I think that might
So
be a
you're
good
talking about the
compromise.
original condition, which is the staff recommendation. All existing code violations at the new location of 1785 Sample Bay Road shall be brought into compliance with provisions of both the City of Hollister Municipal Code and the California Building Code no later than December 4th, 2025. So you guys got to work with the owner of the building, get this done. I mean, you guys bought what? Like, this is going to be an indoor situation, right? That's going to be on the 3 rolling, the 3 overhead door side. You're going to put it all in there, and you bought all the stuff, the equipment to make this thing go.
So essentially let me just make sure that we're really clear. And I want to make sure that I'm really clear as well. If we want to go that route, what we're doing is we're approving the 1-year extension. However, if this is not done by December 5th, we have cause to pull out.
Okay.
That's what we're doing. We're still approving the 1-year extension. So that's what we're going to approve. However, we will come back. We'll have you guys come back to us like
December 5th.
November-ish and say, I don't think this is happening. and we're pulling out December 5th because we have cause, right? So that's
You're-
what we're doing.
You're not approving anything tonight. You're giving direction to
To give
staff to
extension.
bring back an approval.
For an extension. Yeah. Okay, but you get that? It's not that we're, yeah. So we would be giving staff the, like, okay to move forward with coming back so that we could approve the 1-year extension, but they would be basically on the clock to December. Otherwise, we would have an opportunity to pull out, and give somebody else an opportunity. Okay.
Can I ask them?
I
one
think
question?
that's,
Okay. Quick one. So did you guys buy all the equipment that it takes to make something like this run? Like all the equipment and lights and stuff that you need? You bought all that stuff? You have all this sunk costs?
It's the dispensary. It's not an indoor facility. There's an indoor
Oh, it's just a
cultivation.
dispensary.
There's an indoor cultivation at the site that's in the permitting and building process, has nothing to do with us. We're a retail. So we have our fixtures, our display cabinets, those things have been
okay.
purchased. Yes, sir. But
Got
yeah.
it.
and,
Okay.
and just remember that our part in this is just is to approve the part permit, and that's like aside from that, right? So just so that we're clear, right? So I'm sure that you know how to run and operate a business like that, but for our purposes, what we're concerned about is the building, right? That's the part that yeah. Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're clear about that.
Mayor,
Okay,
you
can we-
actually have, I know you closed public comment, so this is your discretion, but Victor Gomez has raised his hand online again.
Okay, I did ask him if he was okay to open questions, so I'm okay with letting him. So Mr. Gomez, go ahead. Just one final brief comment, please.
You know what, after what I've heard over the last couple of minutes, I may decide actually not to say anything, but just thank you again for moving this along, Rod. I think that's a fair idea that we can move forward with. But more importantly, I just wanted to tell you, Mayor, that we are in open communication with the landlord and we are working with him. So we are talking to them, actually just spoke to him today. So just wanted to, again, confirm with you that we are having those open communications with the landlord and still moving forward, as Rod mentioned about addressing these issues. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Okay, so let me then, so are we asking for a motion or just direction?
Just direction to bring it back
okay.
for approval.
Okay, so I think we're gonna do a thumbs up for direction for approval, and then we'll have this cut back. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you, and good luck. Good luck.
Mayor,
Thank
you're
you.
approaching 10 o'clock. You're going to go well past that.
Yeah,
So you
so
need consensus to
We need
continue.
consensus to continue. Okay, so can I get consensus to continue? Okay, so we have okay, so we're going to continue. Okay, but before we go on to the next item, I'm going to take I need to take a quick little 25, Q3 budget monitoring and receive a preliminary update regarding fiscal year 25-26 budget development. Okay, can we get a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And we have a presentation that they'll be loading in just a moment here. David Marioni, City Manager, and I'll be providing today's update. We do have department heads here in the audience and some out in the lobby that if there's questions specific of their department, then you're more than welcome to request their feedback and their input. So I will start. We have implemented quarterly budget summaries. This is actually outlined in your 2016 budget policies. It's a requirement, and so we have implemented that, and I've brought these forward. What it is it's a snapshot in time of the third quarter with transactions and postings as of that are all through March 31st. So there is activity that has occurred since, but we cut it off on March 31st, which is the end of your third quarter. So just to give an overview for general fund, we typically start with this slide. So the general fund revenues include the following, which is your sales taxes, your property taxes, your transient occupancy tax, TOT, that's the hotel tax, permit and licensing fees, charges for service, franchise fees, etc. Sales tax. So our consultants projected a flat economy for 24-25 with moderate growth for 25-26 of about 2%. That 2% is just, not even a couple $100,000. So on the regular sales tax, we do also have Measure W, which is our additional tax measure. So you would pick up a little bit of growth on that. The TOT tax, so that has been stable. As a reminder, Measure V, that is what was passed by the voters. That goes into effect, taking our TOT tax from 8% to 12%, and that takes effect July 1. So that's something that we collect locally, that's paid to our finance department. We collect those receipts directly. And so that, based on the way that the ballot measure was written, that starts July 1. So that doesn't factor into this year's budget. So for revenues, what we have here is we have the Q3 year-to-date actuals. We have basically the year end. We have what was budgeted for 24-25. We have the Q3 actuals, and then where we're projecting our year end. So we ended 23-24 with 44 million in revenue. We budgeted this year 50 million. We'll talk a little bit more about that. We talked about one-time revenues being used to offset some budget challenges. So if you notice your difference there in other and transfers, that's where the growth was in the budget that was adopted, along with some growth in the intergovernmental. That'll be typically your grants that come through, or contracts with other government agencies. So the increase there on intergovernmental was due to some grant funding. For Q3, we are currently at 30 million. This is, if you notice under taxes, you see that the budget is 15 million and we are showing 8.4 million. That's because your property tax comes in 2 increments. And so your property tax typically posts in Q2 and Q4 is where you'll see those postings. And so what happens is it's based on the tax rate. That gets remitted through the county tax collector. Folks pay their property tax to the county. And then based on what the actuals are to be and what is expected to come in, they remit to us. For any folks out there, if you have a property and they do not pay their tax bill, and let's say they owe $5,000 and we're going to see $500 of that, we still get that. It's called a teeter. We are a teeter. The county is a teeter county. And so what happens is they provide that revenue to us, and then they go after the property owner, and any fines or penalties that they're able to secure, they get to keep. And that's a way that you see smaller cities get cash flowed, and it's a way for the county, they end up bringing in some revenue additionally. And so that's a pretty common practice. So you would assume to see that come up. Your sales tax revenue is always a few months behind. That gets remitted from the state and then posted into your accounts. All other, as we go through those transfers down at the bottom, as time goes, we continue to process those. And so we are projecting, based on some less grant activity where, you know, we budget what we expect to get, we spend, we post or we draw down a reimbursement. So we had some reimbursements that basically we're not going to draw down this year, would come into next year. That's okay because you don't have the expenditures as well. So those just offset each other. And then we do have some of the taxes coming in a little lighter. And so overall, we're looking at about a $1 million projection of under budget for the revenue side. So overall for general fund expenditures, this is for all city departments. We are at overall 68%. I will note that the way that our city attorney costs are through contracts, that they get applied to each department. So as we get through here and we talk about the department itself, those costs are separate, and I'll walk you through that. Essentially, we show it here, the grand total. And so we are at 35.3 million, which is about 68% of the way through. We are trending higher, or not higher, but just slightly under budget for personnel. Our service and supplies are well under budget, contractually a little bit over. And then our capital expenditures are under budget right now. A significant piece of that, we talked a little bit earlier about the community center bathrooms. So those will be going out for bid. So you budget the whole amount. But if the project hasn't quite started, then you do not see those expenditures there. So now we'll go into direct into the department summaries. So we're going to show the departments at the department level and include all funding sources. So this would be your general fund, your Measure W, your Measure G, your grant funds, your enterprise funds. So think of, this is just the department overall. So the total of all of their funds and where they're at to date. So on the administrative services side, they are trending at 74%. Some of the services are over budget. And on the contractual side, some of those costs are one-time contractual costs that hit. So the fact that you're over there, it should work itself out. That doesn't mean that it trends every day the same amount. You could have one bill that comes in and hits, and that's why you would be over in that particular quarter. Similar to your revenue coming in later in the year, sometimes some of your expenses come in earlier in the year. Your salary and benefits are at 72%. For the airport, they're coming in at 64%, about 46% on salary and benefits, service and supplies, as well as contractual. They are under budget. The capital, that will be some grant work that has not quite started yet, and may be carried into next year's budget depending on the timing. On the city attorney side, we're currently at 105%. The summary of these costs are for not only Lozano Smith, but any attorneys secured by Lozano Smith. And so this is the one where we end up charging to the departments themselves. So as you see in all of the departments where it says contractual, depending on who used the services, that will be spread within. But when we gave these presentations before, there was a request to be able to see just on those type of costs. So when I get to the summary of all the departments, you will not see that attorney fee in there because we spread those costs to the departments that are using those services. The city clerk is at 73%. Again, this is a perfect illustration of contractual where it looks like they're over budget just because of the timing. That's your election costs. So That's a big charge. It's going to hit in January, and your budget is going to be over in your Q3. There's no concern there because that's a one-time cost. So overall, that budget is trending at 73% for Q3, which I would expect it to be, trending even lower by the time the actual budget year is over. The city council is at 67%, right on target with the personnel costs, which is to be assumed with a department that has 5 folks that, there's not going to be vacancies and that type of thing. We budget in the costs that are associated, and then, the 5 of your costs are spread across those. On service and supplies, that has been kept, that's right at about 50%. And then on the contractual side, that is at 102%, primarily due to legal fees. On the city manager's budget, we're coming in at 47%. I'd like to point out as well that it does include the charges of the veterans building for the contract that we have with the, for some of those the costs where they do the pavers and those different types of things that's administered through the city manager's office. So that gets included there. We do have vacancies, so we have been at about 45% over the 3 quarters. Our assistant city manager, as you heard in the presentation earlier, has been serving in an interim capacity with the community services department. And so some of his costs are spread across those departments as well, based on the amount of work that he's doing in those different departments, which leads to further savings on the other side. City treasurer. So in the treasurer's office, that's essentially the stipend and the benefits. And so there is some savings there from healthcare costs that we would just look at it every year during the budget development. Community development, this program is at, this department is at 46%. There are some vacancies, obviously, which has led to some savings there. However, would like to point out that through working with the department, there's some vendor invoices that are still outstanding that they're working with the vendors to rectify. So I expect that number will increase significantly. That is for your contracted building and planning services. So just working through approving those invoices and having the proper backups and all of that, which is part of the process that we do with any invoices. The engineering department is coming in at 64%. All of those costs are well within budget. We have had an active recruitment for the city engineer position. As with most cities and counties are struggling to fill that position. That's a very difficult position to fill. And what you're seeing a lot of especially in the engineering field, is a big shift to the contracted firms, to where candidates are preferring and starting to work more with the contracted firms, and then providing contracted services directly to city and county. So you're seeing more and more of that. The fire department is coming in at 76%. That budget at 16.3 under capital, a little over 500, and I want to say 60,000 will be going towards the down payment on the tiller truck, and we're working that through with the leasing company and finance. And then your salary is trending over at 81%. On the contractual side, that's at 86%, service and supply at 67%. And Chief Goulding has done a great job working to contain costs in the budget, and looking at ways to to save additional funding as well. So for IT, we're at 62%. Our IT director was hired in Q3. So welcome, Sean. And so, but we did have some costs associated with our former director's retirement, obviously. And so those get billed there as well because he retired in the fiscal year. And then under the contractual side, just to point out that we do have a lot of fees that hit in Q1. So you see that Q1 was 300,000, and then it's, you know, over the next 2 quarters only went up by about 140,000. And that's to be expected with the IT department. A lot of their purchases are, you know, annual subscription or, you know, big one-time shots. So Parks and Rec department is at 70%, and salaries are at about 66%. Our director has done a great job of working and coming up with different ways to look at service delivery and to bring costs in and contain costs, and is doing a lot of work to start doing a lot of new work in the downtown areas we've discussed in the past, and we're excited to see that start occurring. Can think of it as treating the downtown like a park. The police department, this is not only PD, but also code enforcement and animal control services. They're coming in at 73%, a little bit over in the salary and benefits, but overall, well within budget. And I should point out that in maybe 3 or 4 months ago, we did work with the departments. I think we gave you the update at the Q2 summary that we worked with many of the departments to reduce the budget as well. So I should point out that these budget amounts are post those amendments as well. So that was tightening things up, and they're still within budget. On the public works side, that's a lot of different programs. That's your water, your wastewater, vehicle maintenance, street maintenance, solid waste, building grounds. Parks, that was the official department name. Parks has shifted over to Parks and Rec. And so think of building and grounds as the city facilities, city properties, that type of thing. And then the Briggs building, which sits in its own fund. And so overall, they're at 65%. And so your salary and benefits are at 67. Services and supplies is a bit over budget for, but again, you know, this is just Q3. So a lot of those costs, especially in public works, can be one-time in nature, which can push your average up. So, and then on the contractual side at 56% and 60% on the capital side. Your CIPs, we are currently at 33%. We are also in the process of finalizing all of the billing for the major road projects that had finished, as well as the roundabout is also included in there, and some of the work that was just recently done. And so that's where you're going to have all your capital projects. And that's at about 33%. We do have some that will carry over, and so those funds remain as fund balance, and then they would be rebudgeted depending on where they're at in the process. And so overall, from a staffing side, there's just very little staff support that goes there that's not picked up by other departments. Your service and supplies is far under budget, as is the contractual side. And on the contractual side, there are some consulting costs that are included in there that that we would not realize, where I talked about the grant revenue, where those two would offset each other. You can't bill for the grant. You can't bill for a reimbursement of an expense you haven't spent yet. So non-department. So this is going to be your debt service, your accounting transfers, costs related to City Hall. Overall, that is at 54% and trending under budget. So altogether, this is all departments, all funds. This is where I pointed out we would get to a slide that showed all of the departments, but doesn't say city attorney on there. That's because those those expenses are billed to the proper departments. All of that collectively, we are at 57% and trending on target. We will have obviously some savings along the way, especially in our capital improvements projects for timing. And then any of those savings, if the project's still going, those will be accounted for in your next budget. Because not all projects just end right on June 30th. So we ensure that those are properly accounted for. At that point, I would be happy to stop if there's any questions along the way based on any of the slides you've seen so far, or I can continue to proceed forward. Okay. So just overall, as a reminder, the 24-25 budget included one-time revenue sources and program vacancy savings. Approximately $6 million in one-time savings was approved, and that's on the general fund side. As I mentioned, departments asked for a mid-year 10% adjustments. You recently adopted the comprehensive user fee study. Those rates, you usually have a 60-day waiting period. So those went into effect in early April of 2025. And so we are now collecting those rates or those fees. That is on the user fee side. Staff is finalizing the enterprise rate studies and including a rental rate study at the airport that the airport director is working on. And then we created the mechanism of the Section 115 trust to allow for the pre-funding of retirement and healthcare contributions. Now for 25-26, we're going to go into some budget development. As you're aware, we'll be coming back with the budget hearings. We are scheduling that for June 9th. And then budget adoption on June 16th. So staff have provided multiple updates to council regarding budget stabilization strategies and projected revenue and expenditure reductions. The last time we spoke about that, the staff recommended reducing general fund revenues by 2.5% and expenditures by 10% and building a fund repayment plan for funds with negative fund balances. That's where we also talked about freezing vacancies and continuing that process and looking at how we build reserves and bringing the budget back under those tenets. On May 5th, the last meeting we had, council gave direction to build the 25-26 budget with the assumption of those fire contracts concluding on December 20th. If the parties, and I want to be clear, if the parties end up continuing the contract, the budget can be amended when the contract amendments are adopted. So as with any agreement, you can always bring a budget amendment with that agreement, which would be reflective of whatever those agreements would be. So as we have continued digging through, I've identified revenue impacts that we're going to must be addressed in the budget development. The SAFE program that we had partnered with the county's behavioral health department funding of $218,000 is not being renewed by San Benito County. They went to a different service delivery model. We are fortunate enough to have recently received special investigative unit funds that should offset that, but it's a different assignment. And so, and a different source of funds as well. We will see, if everything goes as projected, an increase in TOT revenue. One of the things to remember on the TOT side is that we have the hotel incentive program for the two major hotels that came into town over on the north end of town. And so they do receive it's 70% of the TOT revenue back until they reach $2 million or 10 years, whatever comes first. And so you could see where the TOT revenues increase, but you're giving back 70% of that. And we talked about that when the ballot measure was being discussed. You also run the chance of, hotels kind of back into the rate that they're going to charge. So based on TOT going up, they could lower the cost of the room. So the grand total is still a target that they're trying to hit. And that could result in, not much of an increase in TOT because maybe they're going to reduce the price some, to then have a rate, because at the end of the day, the ratepayer, the hotel guest just cares, it's 150 a night. And they're not as concerned as how many fees go into that. You go into other communities, you may see 15 fees after the rate of your room, right? TOT is one of those. Loss of fire contract revenue. So approximately 1.26 million from the county and 148,000. Again, that's assuming the revenue for, up until December 20th, just prorated. We will see increased lease revenue for the Briggs Building Fund, which will help offset extensive elevator updates or upgrades, excuse me. And so that fund, it lives in its own fund. And so, we're happy to report we're working on getting the elevator updated, and the proceeds from the lease will be covering that completely. What we had done is just to get the upfront dollars, because that fund did not have enough to support the upfront costs, is we did do a small loan from another fund into it, a 3-year loan. And so the rent proceeds will pay that back, as well as provide additional revenue to that fund, which we're excited about, as well as provide a location for the new charter high school. I am working with our appraiser that we've used in the past to help with the sale of 190 Maple. The first thing you would always do is look at an appraisal. We have had, we talked about it at budget strategy. So before I could entertain any price and terms officially and have an item like we had earlier today on price and terms, you always start with an appraisal. And it's always a good position to be in to see where that value is. There is strong interest currently in that building. So also identifying multiple one-time cost increases that must be addressed in budget development. So the city is under an agreement with the county for the public safety radio project. Think of it as like an alternate dispatch center. There's been some discussion in the past regarding that and how the costs are split, but ultimately those reimbursements have not been made since fiscal year 18-19. So we have to take that into account. We do have, we are working to fundraise against the cost of hosting the rally. We do have merchant fees that, earlier in the night you gave direction on your emergency council that was around the pandemic. At that time, there was an effort made to increase online transactions. So those merchant fees were no longer being collected or passed on to the user of those fees. So, when you swipe your credit card at a merchant, there's a cost associated with that. So if you swipe your card at Starbucks for $10, they may see, $9.80 or $9.70 because there's a fee associated with that. That typically gets passed on. So we're working with the credit card processor to ensure that functionality is restored and not subsidize the usage of credit cards. And then the general plan update and housing element updates that we talked about at our last meeting or a few meetings ago, we will be bringing those items back with quotes. Our early indicators are in the $500,000 range, so I have to build the budget assuming consultancy costs as well. As in regard to multiple ongoing cost increase that must be addressed, I have insurance premium costs that will be increasing by about $890,000. That's an increase. That's not the total amount. As with most insurance, it's rated on experience. We're in an insurance pool with 9 other cities. And so as you look at how they factor those rates, I would expect for that not to come down for a few years. That project I mentioned with the public safety app project and more radio, it's more dispatch. With the county, the current agreement would be roughly around $100,000 annually. Again, we would look to look at that partnership and how that is working, but and what those costs are. But technically, we do have to address that. That is something that is under contract. Maybe a year and a half ago, we had discussions around that the city owns a small piece of the landfill. We own about 5 acres up there of the original landfill. Has been closed basically since 1982, yet we own it. And so there are permit requirements that we have to do. There's monitoring, we have monitoring wells, those types of things. Those all have costs associated with it. So for our portion, we have our 10-year permit renewal in working with the state. That's $300,000. That is every year it's typically $30,000 for your annual, but the 10-year is a big process. It is a deposit. So if they come in at $250, then you do get, it works on a deposit basis, but you still have to budget accordingly. The Hollister Farms incentive program. So in this year's budget, we had accounted for that. In previous accounting, there was a one-time payment made just directly out of the general fund. We had trued that back up and built out the loan as the way that it was approved via council. And so what happens there is it was a loan from the storm fund. It is 75% of the tax revenue from that whole Hollister Farm shopping area goes back to repay that loan until it is paid off. And that looks like it'll probably be 4 to 5 years as they continue to build out and shops open up in there in the the area you mentioned, Panera, Wendy's. There's a couple other vacant areas that would serve to accelerate that. But as we collect sales tax there, just know that 75% is going back to pay that loan. So we have a lot of great incentive programs, but as with any incentive program, you're incentivizing first over the first 5 years, 6 years, and then the city reaps the benefit in perpetuity. Inflationary impacts have increased costs significantly across all funds. So just like everybody else, we are a business and we have been dealing with the cost of fuel. Fuel just even recently was spiked when I went to the gas station yesterday and was, it's probably up 25, 30 cents over the last week. We buy a lot of fuel, right? We are a business. And then I mentioned the Section 115 trust. So the unfunded actuarial liability pension rates continue to skyrocket with the previous 22 and 23 and 23, 24 costs recently posted, which impacts available fund balance across all funds. Any fund that has personnel costs. So an impact fee fund is not going to have personnel associated with it. So it doesn't impact those, but any of the ones that do have personnel costs, those are impacted. And I wanted to take a minute just to kind of walk through what that looks like. So with your pension liability, and this was kind of the crux of the Section 115 trust that we brought forward. And that was a mechanism to save. We still have to put deposits into it and we haven't started the pre-funding yet. These are the pension liabilities that are on the books. So what happens is PERS goes through and there's basically 9 different tiers that of pension plans. So you have fire, police, and then miscellaneous. That's everybody else. So I would be miscellaneous. Chief would be fire, Chief Reynoso, and any of them. They're in those ones, but pretty much everybody else lands in the miscellaneous category. And so as we lay this out, if you look in 23, 24, that actuarial liability is 2.8 million. And what they do is they produce these every year. They do an actuarial schedule for every single city and county that's part of PERS based on every single plan they have. And so this is an easy way to think of this is what we have to bring to the table to ensure that the retirees, the funding is there to pay your retirees. And so this is outside of what you collect for regular pensions. So, the city would pay a percentage of my retirement. I put a percentage in out of my paycheck. It works like that with any of the employees, depending on what plan you're in. And then that gets delivered to PERS. your pension liability is on top of that. And so as you can see, in 24-25, that has grown to 3.4 or roughly 3.5. It's going up another 600,000 for next year, and then nearly another 330,000 the next year. And then it continues to grow. Now, what happens is every year they will, reassess those values. But what it is when the actuarials go through, they figure out who's in the plan, how old are they, how many years, male, female. They've got more data than we can probably imagine when they do those actuarial tables. And then they do what's called a discount rate. And a discount rate is what they reduce your liability on based on an assumption of what they get in the stock market. And so if they have an assumption that they are going to make 6.5%, then that's what they bill you on. And if they didn't make that, you make up the difference. And so that's essentially how it works, right? And so, or if they do better, then they adjust your rates, right? Because they could always overperform as well. So basically for the next 5 years of estimates, that's up $1.4 million. So think of that as debt. You always start your budgeting with debt. Who do you owe first? And so we have that there to give you an illustration, and those are the 9 classifications there. PEPRA is basically the pension reform classifications that came in 2013, which have lower benefit rates, lower employer contributions, all the way around. So for budget development, based on the factors that I've laid out this evening, we'll be working with the department heads and staff to identify additional savings. We've got to revise the revenue reduction target to 13.5 with an expenditure reduction target of 17.5. That does account for starting your fund repayment plan. As we discussed at the budget strategy meeting, you did have several funds that for multiple years have been negative. You have to have a plan in place to address those. And so we will be bringing forward with budget an actual repayment plan that essentially what you would do is treat that like debt in your budgeting. So for the next year, I would have that formal plan. And when you'd start with your pension, you'd start with your lease payments, your debt, your bond payments, all of those. You would also include in there your fund repayment program. We are working to finalize with the state. You did have an item on your consent calendar this evening that was a resolution through Cal OES that gives me permission to complete an application to have them release the COVID-19 funding. That's all coming to an end. We had been working with them for multiple years to recoup some of those funds that were spent. As with most cities and counties, it is extremely difficult to get a reimbursement from FEMA. I think I used the example of when they asked for when we asked for reimbursement for the stand here stickers, 6 feet apart, they wanted GPS coordinates for where those stickers were stuck. And that was, for $100 reimbursement. I mean, no one's going to have that. And so what will happen is when we get that payment, we'll deposit it into that account. And then that makes your liability into that account smaller by the $230,000. And so we're hoping to see that in the next few weeks. So as I said earlier, we will have budget hearing on June 9th. We will walk through everything based on the discussion here and the direction and with these targets. And then depending on how that evening goes, depending on the direction we get, we would be scheduled for coming back on the 16th for adoption. That's where we would come back and adopt all of the items that go with the budget. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you for that in-depth report, City Manager. Appreciate it. Any questions or comments for City Manager? Do you have a question, Councilmember Morales? Yeah, go ahead, please.
So can you, thank you for the in-depth report. Can you go over what is our legal fees total for the city for the year so far?
So as of Q3,
And then this is all costs.
yeah, it'd be 875 through Q3.
So this is everything that's billed out to the departments as well?
Yeah, so
Okay.
essentially that's how we do it. We show it separately like this because we've been asked that in the past. And otherwise, if I give you a slide like this to quickly say how much of contractual of the clerk is the attorney's fees would be too difficult. So we say, we run this slide like this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other question? Do you have a question?
I have a
Vice
question.
Mayor, go ahead.
It's on the unfunded actuarial liabilities slide. And it's like in, what was it, 23-24, it was just shy of $3 million. And then 29-30, it's projected to be at 5.5 million. So I mean, there have to be other municipalities that are facing this same thing. What are they? This seems almost unsustainable. What we're at, like 2.8, and it goes to 5.5 in less than 10 years. What are other municipalities doing to get that, like, in containment?
So there's strategies you can do if you have the cash available to do it. So part of like the Section 115 trust that we set up, what that allows you to do is you would pre-fund. So what you're doing is you're making additional investments into that fund. And you would do a payroll deduction, at payroll, not from the employees, but just you program it in and say a % of salaries and benefits goes into this account. And then by it going into that account, you have different investment options that hopefully would yield higher results than you could get like through LAIF, which is the state treasurer's investment pool. And as you grow that, you could pay that down. But overall, I mean, you've seen some communities do a pension bond to help offset some of those costs, but you are seeing counties and cities everywhere go through this. And you'll see that continue to grow, especially on the classic side, as more of the classic members retire out. Then the classic members have a higher benefit rate at a younger age. So when someone retires out, then they go into the factor of ensuring that they get paid, right? Because that's the obligation, right? That's the system. They're entitled to that. They paid into it, and that was the pension program that they're in. So we are in a pool. So we're pooled with other cities and counties, and all cities and counties are going through this. I mean, it's the nature of how the pension system works. So, I mean, the state publishes on their website essentially a calendar that shows, this year, the next year, and then, they send you all their actuarials each year. And that's how the rate is decided. And then what they do is they either come in, you can do it annually, or they'll do it monthly. They give you a slight discount to come in annually, but they come in right into your account and they take those dollars, just like they do your pension amounts. And then our healthcare is provided through CalPERS as well. And so they also, because they manage that, it's also included as part of those bills.
Okay, Councilor Morales, go ahead, please.
So if I may, city manager, just wanted to add more information on PEPRA reform. So what PEPRA did was also increase the age from 55, for example. So every jurisdiction negotiates their contracts with the miscellaneous. Peace officers would retire at 50 with a certain percentage. So like 3% at 50, 3% for every year worked at the retirement age of 50. For miscellaneous, it could be 2.5, 2.7, 2.0 at 55. So if you're at the formula of 2% for every year that you worked, then you can retire at the age of 55. So if you worked for 10 years, it would be 2 times 10 when you're a retirement age of, like, for example, 55. What Pepper did was then extend the age. So now you can't retire at 50 or 55. You have to retire at 62 or 67. You also must pay 50% of the cost of your pension. So that's also a requirement. What's happened is now people don't get as much and they have to work a lot longer. It also has a lot of issues. For example, like if you're a firefighter, you're expected to run into a fire at the age of 67, 62. I know most of our peace officers and firefighters can absolutely do that. But all these things have happened since 2013. And a lot of jurisdictions pay their unfunded, some call it unfunded liability. They actually pay and look and put a percent of what is actually going to be paid. And if they have more money, then they pay more into that. But there's a lot of different strategies that are extremely successful. So this issue, while you're seeing it, we might see it. A lot of other places have resolved it since 2013. I think the bigger issue with like pension is that because there's also caps. So there's a cap on how much money you can actually take home when you retire. 2013, it started at 121,000. Right now it's 151,000. So if you make more than that, you're capped out and you stop contributing to your pension. So there's less money later on, which causes other issues. But at the minimum, there's a lot of strategies that have been implemented since 2013 to address that issue.
Mayor,
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
thank you. So I have heard since I got into office and since we went to the trainings in Sacramento that this was problematic within other jurisdictions. It's never been really brought up explicitly here. I'm curious though, did you put together this graph?
So we put this together using the actuarial report. So they gave us we have a report for each one of those where it says miscellaneous second tier. And so
Okay.
those were just keyed in.
And I'm wondering, the salary increases that we gave over the last few years, that's going to be reflected in this report as well, right?
In the future, it will be as the folks that retire based on a higher rate become part of your
Unless some of the people that we gave
liability.
those salary increases already retired, then it's reflected here.
If your retirement was based on that, then yes. So if let's say you went up and your salary went up 5%, and you were a classic member, then your highest year calculations, which is how your pension is built, would be reflective somewhere in here, depending on how well the system performs.
Okay, and you don't see it going down. It's going to continue to go. It's obviously
yes,
trending upwards. Okay.
I mean, it'll go up for significant amount of years. I mean, it's part of why Pepper was brought in. Pepper has its own challenges that Councilmember Morales brought forward, but Pepper was brought in because the current system was trending to be completely unaffordable.
Okay, those are my questions for now, Mayor. I'm going to
Okay.
reserve my comments till after public comment. Thank
Okay,
you.
let's go to public comment. Unless we have any other questions, let's go to public comment if there's any.
There are no public comments from the
Okay,
side.
thank you. No public comment. Okay, so any other comments or questions? Otherwise, we can give direction to staff so that they'll know how to move forward with this. Councilmember Hernandez, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to just repeat some of the things I said before. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. We've talked about this, saving for a rainy day. Some jurisdictions go through rough times. And I think that I know now that this is where we're headed, along with other multiple public entities surrounding us. And I'm going to say the same thing I've said before. We bought a $2 million building. We increased the travel expenses of the city council. We gave the city council raises. We gave discretionary funds were increased, and that was given away. We were very generous to staff over the last couple of years. We hired a number of employees. I mean, I can go on and on and on. And I remember every time for the last 2 years when the previous council was here, I felt very frustrated, but I also felt like sick and very nervous when we did the budget, because my colleagues at the time did not listen to the direction and the advice of the experts, not just on this, but a number of issues. I'm gonna say this again and again and again, because I want to be open and transparent about how we got here. And I voted against the budget the last two times. Having said that, even though the news is not great, I'm hearing some good news in the conversations that we're having. Even though we're learning things every day, I'm hearing some good things, some good news. But we really need to partner with the staff to achieve those goals. So I'm going to please ask you to listen to the direction of the experts and the city manager and to partner with us moving forward. I also want to be transparent with the community. That's going to happen, I think, on its own. And last but not least, the best news of all is that we have a new council, and these council members and the new mayor, when they signed up to run for election, they knew, they were very well aware of what they were walking into, and they knew that they had to tackle the challenges that were facing them because of the financial woes that were caused by the previous council. They knew that, and they're very competent in doing that. So I have faith in my colleagues, the majority of my colleagues up here, that we're going to get through this in partnership with the community and with the employees, but we need your help. I've said it over and over again. Please heed our warning. Know that we're going to do things in partnership with everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Resendez. Other questions or comments? Do you have a comment? Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Morales.
So I think while I appreciate Councilmember Resendez's comments, you know, a $400 does not translate to a, 31% budget decrease. There is absolutely no way, any way you do the math, that 2 to 4 years adds up to 31% of a budget deficit. There's just, the math will not add up. So you can't continue to blame previous councils for this. By law, you have to pass a balanced budget. And so part of it is just acknowledging that we are in a situation for, again, I said this comment at the last meeting, things happened since 2013, 2014. Prior to all of this, it's I think about time that we just stop with the blame and move forward for solutions, or continue to stop providing misinformation, and let's just base it on the facts.
Okay, so we're just gonna move on. I'm just gonna thank Councilmember Morales for her comment, and I'm gonna move us on. So clearly we've been sending the message that we have a very difficult budget year. We are going to have to, we have been, and I think thanks to all our city, the leaders in our different departments. You've done a great job in tightening your belt and working with our city manager. This is not an easy thing to do. This is gonna continue to be a tough year. And so we will continue to ask that we tighten our belts. But I appreciate the in-depth report from our city manager. And I guess the direction is just to move forward with your recommendations for the upcoming budget. And I'm looking forward to next meeting to listen to hear more on what the budget for next year looks like. Yeah. So I don't know if you need more direction than that, Dave.
No, and just to clarify on the revenue reduction, when we spoke last, we did have the 2.5%, but we also had the removal of the one-time on that. So
Okay.
it's that collective impact, because you had that one-time revenue in there.
Okay.
So I just want to point that out. So
Okay.
that
Okay.
was included before. So
Okay.
that shift isn't as grandiose as it may feel, although the expenditure piece is.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay. So any other direction that you need, or is that
No, it was
good?
more of an update, and
Yeah.
we'll be bringing the budget to you
In
on June 9th
next
for
meeting.
adoption. Or
Okay,
for
great.
budget hearing, I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, we're going to move us along, and we are going to committee assignment. So any council members, if you have anything to report on any activities on ad hocs or standing committees, I'll start with Councilmember Hernandez. Anything to report?
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I met with COG a couple of times, I think, last week. Number one, they were generous enough to take us to a tour. I might have talked about this before. I'm sure my colleagues are going to cover it, but it was very well done. The farmers got together there. They drove us through their lands. Then we had a meeting actually out there on one of the local farms here to talk about how the new Highway 25 adopted route would affect their properties. So having said that, we went back to COG. We gave direction on what we would like to see moving forward. And yeah, if you want more information, feel free to reach out to me or any of my colleagues that were there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Miranda, anything to report? I'm going to ask you to report on the animal services ad hoc that we just had on Friday. Yeah, yeah, please report on that, on the ad hoc that we had on Friday with it. Yeah, yeah. Do you want to just report on what you caught, the part that you caught and what our goal is and stuff? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I will report to the best. I was late to the meeting, so.
I mean, late because she was still at work, not because,
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. No, so we got together with a member of the county. The mayor of San Juan Bautista was unable to join us. We also gathered with other community members to form an ad hoc to try to rectify the situations of the ongoing issues with animal services. So we really envision wanting to take a more of a, more of a humility approach to it. We really care about animals, and we want to try to be able to partner with community members, members of the county, and members of San Juan Bautista to be able to come up with solutions on how we can better support, animals, and provide them with the care and the love that they need, and just have more of a humane approach. So yeah, that's about it. That's all I have.
Thank you for that. Yeah, so and I'll just add to that, we have our two goals, which is that, and the other goal is to be more cost effective. So we want to see if there's a way for us to provide a more humane service while saving some dollars, because we need to find ways to save dollars, and we are forming partnerships with our county and San Juan Bautista, hopefully, to work on this together. So, and our community. Okay, so thank you for that. Sorry for putting you on the spot, but
I had
okay,
no
thank
choice. You made me.
And then I will just also I'll add that we had Councilmember Sanders already reported on COG. I'll just also mention that we both attended, Councilmember Sanders and I attended ribbon cutting for LTA for their new facilities, and that was really fun, exciting. We were able to talk about the more public transportation needs, especially for our younger folks, for example, our Gavilan students and et cetera. So that was exciting. And then I'm gonna just say a little bit and then let Vice Mayor Pichet speak to it as well. We met yesterday with a confederation, which is called Monterey Bay Confederation of Clubs, which is a confederation of various biker clubs that come together to talk about some of the things that they're worried about related to riding their motorcycles, and also for supporting their communities and each other. And it was a really good way for us to talk about the rally, as well as listen to what their thoughts are about what they can do to help us to have a successful rally. So that was really fun and exciting. So that's what I have to report. I'm gonna ask Vice Mayor Pichet to have any reports, anything he wants to add on that, as well as any other reports.
Yeah, plenty to report on. Like the mayor said, we went to the Monterey Bay Confederation of Clubs. It's all the motorcycle clubs in the Central California area, all over every club. There was probably 50 clubs represented, more than I even thought that existed. A lot of these clubs do a lot of good things for the community. I felt like were happy to be a part of the conversation instead of just included. They just felt like it felt like they really like to be included. They had a lot of great ideas, a lot of concerns. We'd like to take back to staff and see if we can implement into this particular rally. They expressed interest in having us back after the 4th of July rally in July. I think it was the 13th, to debrief what went well, what, you know, could have been different. And we got some good contacts from that group as it relates to the, what was it, the 1997 rally, the 50th, right? So they're one of the groups actually claims that they were the ones that got that going. So that was a lot of good information from the Monterey Bay Confederation of Clubs. In addition, I went to the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, and surprising amount of information. They print out packets this thick for every meeting. Meetings go pretty quick, but one of the biggest things was an update on the Central California Rural Regional Energy Network. Don't think about this a lot, but PG&E is pretty massive. They're huge, and they don't have the capability of creating programs that benefit every community. And it's just good to know that, you know, on that association, on that in that meeting, they're looking to reduce what ratepayers pay and looking for ways of saving ratepayers money. So I'm going to keep on that and see if we can bring some of these programs here to Hollister, because I know that energy is expensive everywhere. City is a business. We provide a lot of services. We buy a lot of fuel, and you know, we'd like to bring some of these savings to our constituents here. Lastly, I did go to the Council of Governments meeting with Council Member Hernandez. It is important for anyone still listening at home that there are a lot of people working on improving California 25. I know that the Highway 101 southbound at California 25 exit, that is now being worked on. Traffic is going to be a little bit more of a challenge. I'm just going to ask everybody to be very patient with each other. You know, just be patient with each other on the roads. Get home to your families in a safe way. Get home to your families the version of yourself that you would prefer to be if you didn't have to go through that crazy traffic debacle. But there is the proposed route that Caltrans is considering now that goes through luscious farmlands, amazing tier 1 farmlands. There's the existing route that a lot of people are discounting, but that widening the existing route is still an option. And then even going up through San Felipe, and a lot of that soil composition in the San Felipe area or in the existing California 25 off to that northeast kind of side of the road as you travel up, it's just not as good. There are a couple of farms that actually are farming that area. It's beautiful crops growing right now, but that whole south kind of west side is very beautiful. So it would be tough to see that go. So a lot of people are working on that. The county was represented as well as the city.
Thank you. Thank you for that report.
Yeah.
Councilmember Morales.
So I attended the Leadership Academy graduation, and it was lovely. A lot of our graduates, including former city employees, and they all said it was a wonderful academy. They learned a lot, and hopefully it can continue.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Okay, so I think we are going to move on to council reports. I'm sorry, city manager report.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, so then we're going to do closed session. I think we just need to empty the chamber, and we're going to move on to closed session. So first of all, do we have any public comments for these items?
No public comment.
Okay, and then do you need to read these? Okay, go ahead
I
and read
do.
them.
Yeah, there's 2 additional. So just as a reminder, we're going back in for labor negotiations as well. In addition to conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation, pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of section 54956.9 of the government code, one case. And then conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to government code section 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of section 54956.9 of the government code, request to cure Brown Act violation, Weinberg, Roger, and Rosenfeld.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna go into closed session now, so we'll turn off the camera.